Hello, Ma'am Nur Hafsa, is the host.
Okay, we
What
will
we are
start.
waiting for again?
Pardon?
Yeah,
We will start. What
who?
about the keynote speaker?
Yeah, you may ask Ma'am Mutmainna, Dr. Mutmainna, or about the other keynote speaker.
Yeah.
Because it is already 2 o'clock.
Yes, yeah, 2 o'clock right now. Maybe we will start, yeah?
Yeah.
The opening.
As first for about Ma'am Rector Dr.
Yeah.
Please, Mutmain, what about the keynote speaker?
She is ready and cannot. They are here. You can start open. Okay. It's
We
okay.
start. Yeah. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon,
Waalaikumsalam.
everybody. Yep. Firstly, I would like to say thank you very much for the God Almighty who give us opportunity and healthy so we can join international conference of Al-Azhariyah Mandar University with the theme Building Institution for Sustainable Development, Education, Economy, Research, and Practice. Hopefully, prayer and greetings will always be poured to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, which has shown us the right path, so we avoid the wrong path. The Honorable Director of Universitas Al-Azhariyah Mandar, Dr. Haja Huduria Sabunin MSI, welcome, ma'am. The Honorable all keynote speakers, Mrs. Fides Des Castillo, EDD, the La Salle University of Manila. The second keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Raj Kumar Singh, the Dean of R&D and HOD, Department of Commerce, Chairperson, Center for Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Skill Development School of Management Science, Varanasi, India. The Honorable Dr. Sofik Ganguly, Assistant Professor in Department of Electrical and Instrumentation Engineering, Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology, Patiala, India. The Honorable Mr. Albert Kadis Bulawat, EDD, Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology, Philippines. The Honorable Dr. P. Patmini, MA, MPhil, PhD, MCG, MPhil Journalism, Associate Professor of English Director, Center for Human Studies, Eturaj College for Women, Chennai. The Honorable Professor Ravinder Rena, as a Professor of English Director and Business School, Northwest University, South Africa. The Honorable Dr. Romy Figueiro, Professor at University, European School of Business and Social Science, Portugal. And last but not least, Mr. Lulach Enkeleda, Faculty of Management in Tourism Hospitality, Environment University, Kosovo. Yeah, so to open our international conference today, we will present Director of Al Azhariyah Manda University to open this international conference. Please, ma'am, time is yours.
Coba kasih kembali ke gambar gambar. Sebentar ya, wait a minute please. Ya, just a minute, just a minute. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Satu.
Siapa?
Ma'am, you have to unmute. You have to unmute your mic, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. You haven't unmuted your mic.
Yeah. You mute your.
Is it my turn? Is it my turn? Bu Hafsa?
Yes.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good day and good morning in another country. Okay, let me. I read my speech and my apa ya? How to say it? This is my speech and my presentation maybe. Building institution for sustainable development, education, economy, research, and practice. Before I read, I would like to say hello for your Honorable Association of Islamic Economy Expert Region West Sulawesi from Indonesia. My Honorable Professor Dr. Raj Kumar Singh from India. And your Honorable Dr. Sofik Ganguly from India. And Albert Kadis Bulawat AD from Philippines. Your Honorable Dr. P. Padmini, MA, MPhil, PhD, MCG, MPhil from India. And Professor Ravinder Rena from Africa. And then Dr. Ronnie Figueiredo from Portugal. And Lulach Enkeleda from Kosovo. And then Associate Professor Dr. Sharif Muhammad Ismail DSG, MSG, MBA, PhD, and PMP from Egypt. And then Associate Professor Dr. Rab Nawaz Lodi from Pakistan. And Muhammad Galal Muhammad from Qatar. And then Muhammad Abdul Karim from Iraq. And Dr. Andika Asrifan SPD MPD from Indonesia. And the end, Dr. Mutmainah SPDI NPD from Indonesia. The COVID-19 outbreak first emerged in Wuhan, China, and has infected more than 200,000 people in 176 countries. This outbreak has caused many countries to make a number of policies that can stop the progress of the COVID-19 outbreak. Among the popular policies carried out by several countries are restriction policies. This is restriction policy caused public activities to fall sharply, and then companies' production activities were temporarily halted. This condition puts pressure on the service sector, which has a dominant contribution to a country's GDP, the dominant share of the service sector. And this, the declining contribution of export has resulted in an increasingly significant impact of COVID-19 on economics. USD to 28.9 billion. Debt inflow fell sharply on to USD 13.2 billion, down 60% from USD to 2 billion on the to the equity side. The equity outflow trend continued to be USD 9.7 billion in February from USD 2 billion in January. Sharia economy solution in restoring the economy. One of the efforts to recover the economy from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic is to strengthen the Sharia-based economy. With a Sharia-based economy, it can contribute to being a source of growth and improve the structure of the current accounts balance. The concept of the strengthening the Sharia-based economy needs to be encouraged as a real effort to recover the impact of COVID-19. The Islamic economic system is believed to be an alternative to reduce the various weaknesses that exist in the conventional banking system. The reason is the Islamic economic system has strong resistance to the global financial crisis like now. Islamic economy plays a role in the effort to restore the national economy due to the corona pandemic. This is because the economic concept continues value, the spread of the COVID-19 outbreak, and the decline in China's economy will have a significant impact on the global economy. China has an important role because it is one of the engines of world GDP growth. The contribution of the Chinese economy to the world economy received around 70% in 2019. This share is much larger than the share in 2002, which was only 6%. China is also of the largest contributors to the global tourism sector. From the financial point of view, COVID-19 has triggered a very high level of uncertainty, the surprising the performance of the financial market. The global market has entered to a period of heightened uncertainty that has resulted in significant decline in the stock and the commodity market and led to increased capital outflows from AMC. The performance of the stock in various countries fell significantly, including Italy, Denmark, Japan, and the US. Investors concerned have also triggered capital outflows from engineering countries. IIF estimate that net foreign inflow to the stock market and bonds EMS will only amount to USD 3.4 billion in February, for below the January feeling of a social solidarity, fairness, collaboration, and equality. These are all important, even more important and become more relevant when facing COVID-19 because this pandemic is not only handled by one party, the governments alone. Islamic economic instruments such as zakat, infak, and wakaf have an important role because when a pandemic is able to strengthen social solidarity and help people in need. Among the solutions that can be offered within the framework of the concept and system of Islamic economics are: first, distribution of direct cash assistance from zakat, donation and alms, both from zakat collection unit and from the community, especially for zakat that is paid. The distribution can be focused directly on the poor who are affected by COVID-19 as one who is entitled to receive it. Mustahlik. This point is an Islamic economic philanthropic scheme that has a great potential for the people's economy, but unfortunately, the relations of zakat that goes to basanas is still far from the expectations. Relations of zakat at the end of the 2019 was recorded at only 8.1 trillion rupiahs, when thought the potential was 252 trillion rupiahs. Second, strengthening cash wakaf, both with cash waf schemes, productive waf in link sukuk wakaf needs to be improved. The Indonesian Wakaf Board, BWI, needs to work with Sharia financial institution to promote this wakaf scheme so that it can be partially used for the development of various wakaf-based infrastructure such as the wakaf hospital, RSW, especially for COVID-19 victims, wakaf personal protective equipment, wakaf mask wakaf polyclinic, wakaf isolation house, like RIW, procurement of wakaf ventilators, wakaf universities, and others. Wakaf management must be done professionally so that wakaf can be used in sustainable manner. Third, leading business capital assistance during a crisis. In the midst of a crisis, not a few business sectors or a micro, small and medium enterprises are struggling to survive. This business is often difficult to survive due to limited capital. The extent of MSMES as a Sun Muzaki group is a group that is very vulnerable to falling into the abyss of poverty and bankruptcy due to economic shocks or impact. Therefore, providing capital to business is used as a means of reducing the impact of the crisis. This is provision of capital can be done with several policy alternatives, such as providing additional stimulation of Sharia banking relaxation and restriction of deferral of Sharia credit or financing payment for the next few months, provision of a capital from Islamic banking, financial institution needs to be supported and strengthened with this assistance so that it can be accounted for. Fourth, the above business capital can also be followed by a Garfield Hassan loan in Sharia economy, financial terminology. Garfield Hassan is a loan that doesn't take any benefit, but is still implicit, so to be rapid. This product scheme is one of the schemes of the Islamic financial system, which is very important to supporting the recovery or sustaining the economy. Among the distribution option that can be done are through one, Sharia microfinance institution in financing business and where the funds can come from several sources, both from the general public, private companies, and BUMN. And then the second, direct loans without margin for both business and consumption, distributed by companies, private or BOMN, to employees or partners such as online motorcycle, taxi drivers, and etc. Where the funds can come from corporate social responsibility, funds are proposed to increase GSR funds. The government needs to emphasize the obligation and higher GSR contribution from both BUMN and private companies. And the fifth, apart from the Sharia banking sector and Ganful Hassan, some of the funds collected by Zakat collecting unit for organization, especially those in the regions, can be used to strengthen MSME business, saving the MSME group that is increases or its strength from a bankruptcy due to economic impact to the COVID-19. Can be categorized as the ASNAF, like Zakat reception group, Ramli as a poor group struggling in a path of Allah, Fisabilillah, or people in debt. The sixth, development of Sharia financial technology to smooth liquidity of online market players in Sharia, while at the same time increasing focus on social finance like zakat, infak, alms, and wakaf, in addition
Your mic is muted. Sorry, ma'am, her mic is muted. Please unmute your mic, ma'am.
sorry,
Miftah.
Yes, yes.
marketplace together the regional markets and MSMEs, which is currently number 60 millions, with the aim of bringing together demand and supply by both at home and abroad, especially during times of lockdown due to pandemic. Thank you. This is my presentation and my speech, and good for the second speakers. Thank you, moderator. Bye, all of the audience and the speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your speech. And also today, our rector of Al Syariah Mandiri University become first speaker, for first keynote speaker today. So to make this time effectively, I will present you Mr. Achok Nasir as a moderator today. Yeah, are you ready, Mr. Achok Nasir?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
you handle the international conference today, so time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hey, can you hear us? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much to the host, Nur Hafsa Yunus LCA SPDI MPD, who has given me a great chance to take a part in this great event. And well, first of all, now finally we are going to the main agenda. This is presentation time from some keynote speaker from the various countries. But before, please, to the finalists, I would like to inform that inshallah we will spend about we will give to the all keynote speaker time around 15 to 20. So now we are going to please the first keynote speaker, the second keynote speaker, Dr. Fides del Castillo, ED, from the La Salle University, Manila. Hello.
Excuse me, maybe you can allow Madam Padmini. He have emergency to the airport right now. I have tell Dr. Fides. Padmini, Madam Padmini. Professor.
Padmini.
Yes.
Okay, Professor Padmini. Okay. Okay, the second keynote speaker, Dr. P. Padmini, MA, MPhil, PhD, MCG, MPhil Journalism, Associate Professor of English, Director, Center of Women's Studies, Rich College for Women, Chennai. Hello, ma'am.
Hello, hello.
Are you ready?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Time's yours.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody present here. I'm very happy and delighted to be a part of this wonderful virtual conference. I thank Dr. Muthumaina and the other organizers for the beautiful opportunity given to me, and greetings from India. I'm very happy and proud to meet you all. I will start my presentation because we won't have much time. So I wish you all a very great day and wonderful, rich learning experience. I think we'll all have a rich learning experience today. With this small introduction or greetings, I will start my presentation. Actually, this one second. I'm just sharing my presentation. Okay. Can the guest allow me to present my PPT?
Yes.
It says host disable the participant screen sharing. Can you just disable my screen sharing?
Yeah, you may.
It says host disabled. Please, can you able me to present?
Yes, you may. Please.
Siapa host? Allow dulu Mem Padmini jadi co-host supaya bisa
Hello,
presentasi.
host.
I think you have to allow me.
Yeah, yes. Host, siapa hostnya ini? Who? Hello, Ma'am Hamsa, Nur Hassa, Nur Hapsenus. Hello. Please allow here.
Please allow me to share screen.
Yes. Wait a moment.
Where's yours?
Host,
The host. Gantian dulu, Hapsa, tukar dulu Hapsa.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, okay. Disable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dr. Mrs. Padmini.
Padmini. Dia belum jadi co-host.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. One second, please. I'm opening my PPT.
Okay. Hello, the host.
Yes, I thank the organizers once again for the opportunity given to me. Today, my presentation, I'm Associate Professor of English, and I'm also the Director for Center for Women's Studies of Ethiraj College. So as the Director of Center for Women's Studies of Ethiraj College, my presentation will be dealing with gender equality. This is, I think you're able to see my PPT. You're able to see my screen? Yes. This is going to be my presentation, and my topic is gender equality and sustainable development. Ma'am spoke a lot about uh, economy and sustainable development, but as Center for Women Studies Director, my presentation will be on gender studies, gender equality, and sustainable development. So this is the topic of my paper, and I wanted to show you my college logo and the Center for Women Studies logo. My paper will have three sections. One is about the first part will give definition for development and sustainable development and gender equality, and then the second part will be some slides will be talking about the present scenario in India with regard to gender equality, and then the role of Women Studies Center in building sustainable development. Right. Actually, the first thing is development. The term development is linked with many interpretations. Right. It has different interpretations, theories, and meanings. As far as Todaro Smith is concerned, it is a multi-dimensional process, changing in social structures, attitudes, institutions, as well as economic growth, particularly reduction of inequality. Reduction of inequality is very important for the development of any nation. And Pete in 1999 has explained development as an evolutionary process in which human capacity increases in terms of initiating new structures, coping with problems, adapting to continuous change, and striving purposefully to creatively to attain new goals. Reyes again in 2001 has defined development as social condition within a nation in which the needs of its population are satisfied by rational and sustainable use of natural resources and systems. Now, having learned about development, let us see what sustainable development is. Sustainable development is nothing but it says that human societies must live and meet their needs without compromising the ability of future generations, without affecting anything that is meant to the posterity. We have to develop, right? That is sustainable development, building a new community in a previously undeveloped or underdeveloped area. So in an underdeveloped or undeveloped area, a new community has to be built, but it has to be done without destroying the ecosystem or harming the environment in which the posterity will live. And then sustainable development is the overarching paradigm or dream of the United Nations. And empowering women and promoting gender equality is crucial to accelerate sustainable development. We talk about sustainable development, but we completely forget about certain defects in us and talk about sustainable development. So when you want sustainable development, you have to change so many things in the society, and one of which is most importantly gender equality. Ending all forms of discrimination against women and girls is not only a kind of a human rights issue, but it has a multiplier effect across all other developmental areas. Sustainable development goals aims an end of discrimination against women and girls everywhere. Gender equality is one of the 17 global goals that make up the 2030 agenda of sustainable development. Actually, it is the fifth global goal. Though it is one of the 17 global goals, it comes in the first five. It is the fifth goal. There are still gross inequalities and significant gaps between men and women in every walk of life. There are huge barriers for these are the huge barriers for sustainable development. When there is inequality, when there is not an inclusive society, how can sustainable development happen? That is a big question. So these are the barriers for sustainable development of any nation for that matter, not only India, for any part of the world. In any part of the world, if there is sexual violation and exploitation, if there is unequal division of unpaid care and domestic work, if there is discrimination in public decision making, if there is a lot of discrimination based on gender, and if the women are not treated on par with men, definitely these will form huge barriers for sustainable development of any nation for that matter. So what are the targets to realize gender equality? One is sexual and reproductive health has to be ensured. Ensuring universal access to sexual and reproductive health is one of the targets. And the second one is affording women equal rights to economic resources. Even now, when many of the countries of the world, women are denied property rights. Women are denied, women are not allowed to inherit their family income or property. So allowing women equal rights to economic resources is another target which to realize gender equality, particularly land and property, right? And encouraging more women leaders. More women leaders have to be encouraged. Of course, there are more women in public office than ever before. Present in the present situation, in the present scenario in the world, women are topping many official areas, right? Branches of knowledge and disciplines. But still, encouraging women leaders. Of course, women are there in every walks of life, but women leaders are very less. So, encouraging more women leaders across all religions will help strengthen policies and legislation for greater gender equality. Of course, there are many legislations meant for women, even in India, but are they fully utilized by women? That is a big question. For that, I think we should have women leaders who will strengthen the policies and legislation. And as Rebecca Ginspan says, this is with regard to India. She has said that there is much to be celebrated in India. There are over 1 million elected women representatives in local self-governments. Yet, there are only around 11% women in parliament. This was during the last parliament, before 2019. Then the global average 20%, still far from the percent target set at Beijing. This is the pathetic situation in India. I have a small data. Women's participation, as I said, there should be more women leaders. Women's participation could be brought to its utmost, enabling representation in parliamentary committees. You all are aware of the fact that in India, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha are the two houses of the parliament, and that is the highest governing body in any country in India, actually, right? So there in the parliament, women representation is not that very good. So ensuring their nomination or election to leadership positions and parliamentary structures is very important. Right now, in the 2019 elected parliament, the current parliament of India, 14% of representation of women is there in the Lok Sabha. 9.68% in the Rajya Sabha. It is very low when compared to other countries. Almost India ranks 105th in the world. So according to the latest comparative data released by an Inter-Parliamentary Union, an international organization that works for promoting democracy in the world, only 14% of women representation is in the Lok Sabha and 9.68% in the Rajya Sabha. India, the world's largest democracy. India is the world's largest democracy, and but it has only 78 women in the Lok Sabha out of 542 members. The total strength of the Lok Sabha is 542, in which only 78 are women. And the total strength of the Rajya Sabha is 242, in which only 25 are women. This is a pathetic situation, and this very clearly picturizes what is the position of women in our parliament, right? Of course, there are women in almost all walks of life, but women leaders are very less. So, urgent action. What action to be taken in order to promote or target gender equality by 2030 according to the agenda? according to the agenda, right? Eliminate many root causes of discrimination that still curtail women's rights in private and public spheres. There are certain discrimination happening in every field, whether it is private or public spheres. That has to be eliminated. For example, discriminatory laws need to be changed and legislation. Even laws are discriminatory sometimes. So that has to be eliminated. And 49 countries still lack laws protecting women from domestic violence. 39 bar equal inheritance rights for daughters and sons. So this has to be taken care of. The second urgent action needed is eliminating gender-based violence in priority. Gender-based violence is of much talk, especially in India. Now I'll talk about it in the next slide. One of the most pervasive human rights violation today is gender-based violence, like rape, like sexual harassment and things like that. From 87 countries, 1 in 5 women and girls under the age of 50 experience physical sexual violence in a year. And that is really a very pathetic condition. And we talk about sustainable development. When such a situation prevails for women, we talk about sustainable development, which will just be a dream if gender equality is not attained. And prevent harmful practices such as child marriage. So these has to be stopped. So this is a this is a slide which would help you to understand discrimination against women in India. Women face challenges right from the birth. Even when they are when a girl, there are female infanticides happening in the womb itself. Women or the girl infant is killed, right? So that is happening. There is always a strong social preference for boys rather than girls. In the womb itself, children are killed. Girls do not receive the same attention as boys in medical care and education. Be it at home, in workplace, or in public place, women are still at a disadvantage. And this is all of you must have come across this. There is in the recent times, this Hathras case is popularly spoken about all over the world. Actually, one of the on the last day of September, there was this news on all the televisions of India and even all over the world that a 19-year-old, an untouchable, supposed to be untouchable girl, socially backward girl, was raped, gang raped, and she was brutally killed by the men who raped her. And the other thing is the police officials, authorities also forcibly cremated the body. So this is the very tragic situation which is prevailing in India, and there are protests happening. And this is just an example. Last week itself, there are 4 or 5 cases, rape cases reported in India. So this is a very pathetic situation. You could see the mother crying, and the aunt of that 19-year-old girl who was killed, raped and killed, consoling the mother. This is a very pathetic situation prevailing in India, and these are some heart-aching facts. See, since I am from India, I can talk about only my country. So you can understand now it would be in other parts of the world. Gender inequality in India stands a lowly 125th out of 159 ranked countries. Female child mortality rate is 70% higher than that of boys in India. Gender gap, India fell 21 places on the index to 108, far below the global average. So this are some of the heart-aching facts from our country, and this allows us to think more on gender equality and what could be done for women empowerment and progress. So empowering women and promoting gender equality is very crucial to accelerate sustainable development. Sustainable development is possible only when there is an end to discrimination against women and girls everywhere. There are still gross inequalities. Of course, women have are earning a lot. They are quite empowered when compared to the previous ages, eras, and women are in high positions. But still, we have had one Indian women prime minister. There was a women president in India. There was a women speaker in India. We have had women chief ministers in India, right? We've had vice chancellors who are women and police officials who are women. But still, irrespective of all this, there are still gross inequalities in access to paid employment in some regions and significant gaps between men and women in market. Sexual violence and exploitation, the unequal division of unpaid care and domestic work, and discrimination in public decision making. Of course, women are in higher positions, but when it comes to decision making, they still have problems. So all these remain huge barriers for gender equality. So this is just one slide which would show you a clear picture of gender pay gap which is happening here. See, this Mithali Raj is Indian cricket team, ladies cricket team captain, and Virat Kohli is Indian men's cricket team captain. Look at the salaries. For Mithali Raj, it is just 15 lakh per annum, but for Virat Kohli, it is 1 crore per annum. This is just an example to tell you how gender pay gap exists in this current situation, right? So what does, as a Women Studies Center director, I would like to tell you what is the role of Centers for Women Studies in doing all enabling gender equality. Center for Women Studies seeks to study questions of gender in an interdisciplinary and comparative framework. When Center for Women Studies were started in universities and colleges, this gender equality issue comes to academics. So it has become an academic discipline now. Gender studies has become an academic discipline now. And so we have Center for Women Studies. So Center for Women Studies aims to create a vibrant community of not just feminist academics, students, activists, and artists concerned with issues of gender, sexuality, and wider issues of power in society. Varied forces such as women's and democratic struggles, as well as state initiatives that critically examined the status of women in the country, gave rise to women's studies. After consulting all the problems that women face through the women and democratic struggles and getting information from the state initiatives, this Women's Studies Center in India is formed. So the growth of Women's Studies program in different universities has demonstrated recognition of the issues that have been highlighted by the women's movements and feminist research over many past years.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes. Yeah.
I just hello, excuse me. I just
Yes.
remind you have 2 minutes left. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just concluding. I'm concluding. No problem. Just 3 more slides. So, what are the major focus of the Women's Studies Centers in India? Even in Ethiraj College, we have Women's Studies Centers in which 250 students are members. We offer a free certificate course on gender studies to students. We also offer a course on personality development for women. So these are the focus areas of Women's Studies Centers in the different parts of India. Build new knowledge on women in national and global perspectives, and build curriculum in women's studies, suggest methods to build a conducive environment for women to take up positions of leadership. So these are the focus areas which Women's Studies Centers focus on to enable gender equality, which in turn will lead to sustainable development. So gender equality is a human right. So it is not a concern of women alone. When something is called a human right, it becomes the concern of man, women, everybody. So when it is considered as a human right, it is a concern for all, not just for women. So no society can develop economically, politically, and socially when half of its population, the women, are marginalized. Governments will adopt a new set of sustainable development goals, work together to draft a meaningful climate agreement, and craft a framework to provide the financial resources needed to deliver on a global sustainable development agenda. inclusive sustainable development. Sustainable development of just one half of human society, the men alone, is not enough. It has to be inclusive sustainable development, can be realized only when all human rights, including gender equality, is protected, respected, and fulfilled. So, gender equality will is one of the main ways which would pathways which would lead you to sustainable development. So if any nation wants to develop, wants to have sustainable development, that nation have to respect the women of the country, women of the world, and enable gender equality. Equality for social development is my today's message. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to make my presentation. I thank all the organizers for your wonderful presence, and I thank every co-participant of mine for patiently listening to me. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward for other opportunities. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. This group presentation from Dr. Padmini V from India. Thank you very much for your great idea to share us, and thank you very much for your spare time to be a part in this our great events. So now, yes, thank you. So now we would like to move to the next keynote speakers. We would like to please Dr. Fides del Castillo, EDD. He's from De La Salle University, Manila, from Philippines. Hello, ma'am. Do you hear us? Dr. Fides?
Hi, good afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, can you see my... Thank you. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So let me just prepare my presentation for a while. Okay. Okay, I'm just fixing my presentation because there's a bit of delay in my laptop. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. And okay, I'm Dr. Fides del Castillo. A while ago, Dr. Padmini discussed about gender equality as part of the sustainability goal of the United Nations. In my talk for this afternoon, allow me to discuss with you the education for sustainable development. Let me first introduce myself. So I am Dr. Fides. I'm from De La Salle University, Manila. This is an internationally recognized Catholic university in the Philippines, established by the Brothers of the Christian School in 1911. So I am also part of the network of professional researchers and educators. We conduct different researches, and we conduct also some conferences where we invited Dr. Marna and Dr. Andy. Aside from that, we have this advocacy to help and support an inclusive education. That's why it's very near to my heart, education for sustainable development. So let me begin by giving you a short background. With a world population of over 7 billion people and limited resources, individuals and societies must learn to live together sustainably in one planet. So education for sustainable development empowers learners to take informed decisions and responsible actions for environmental integrity, for economic viability, and for a just society. So this proposal of UNESCO is actually for education for sustainable development was actually reviewed by their executive board. So allow me to share with you a small portion of this report. In line with its mandate, UNESCO supports the international community to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all throughout the coordination of the global and regional partnership, policy support, and capacity development, monitoring, review, and reporting. So allow me to present to you the 9 priority areas for collective focus, attention, and action. The first one is making education and training system more equitable and inclusive. So there is a tagline saying, leaving no one behind. Everybody is part of the education, so everybody should have the access to education. The second priority for education is eradicating illiteracy. That should be the priority of the universities and of course the different organizations that take care of the education in our own regions, in our own countries. The third one would include migrants, the displaced persons and refugees in education and training system. Some of our regions, our places, we have some disputed places, right? So it's really important that even these localities, these people should be able to come up to have that kind of education so that peace could actually be within that community. The next one, I think this was mentioned by Dr. Padmini a while ago, it's to provide equality, gender. So there should be a responsive education and training for this one. In our university, gender inclusion or gender equality is part of the curriculum, especially in our college, which is the College of Liberal Arts. So in our courses, we try to include that so that we will be able to see that equality can be possible between genders. Another one is strengthening education for global citizenship and sustainable development. This is another priority that we should be focused and put into action. The sixth one is providing open, flexible, and responsive education training system to meet new skills needs. Especially now that we are in the pandemic, it's very important that we'll be able to see different ways on how to respond in education. Most of our students right now here in the Philippines are actually doing modular. It's either modular or online learning. So this can be open, this can actually be flexible, but the mere thing is everybody should have access to this kind of education and training system so that new skills can be met. The next one is improving teachers, educators, trainers, and school leaders. Actually, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this conference because this is one way to prioritize education. We are learning from each other, from the different talks. So we try to improve the teachers, we try to improve educators and train school leaders by sharing our resources, sharing our references, and be able to share our thoughts in this conference. The next one and the last from the priorities for education is increasing investment in education. The pandemic has affected our economy. That's very true to all regions, to all nations. However, it's still important that we need to have an investment in education because if we will have a least priority for education, all other aspects in the region or in our society will be delayed because education would actually allow our young people, our students, us, to continue moving and continue improving. So, the Sustainable Development Goal education continues to provide strategic guidance. It makes recommendations for action, advocate for adequate financing, and monitor progress towards education targets. This hopes the actual implementation by formulating a set of concrete policy recommendations. It also consists in a call for innovative policies, legislations, strategies, implementations, monitoring, and financial mechanism. Therefore, these are some of the concrete policy implementations that we can actually do. There are actually 6 suggestions based on UNESCO. The first one is go beyond average, to adopt a definition of inclusive education. And the next one is go beyond access. This is to ensure emphasis is not just to put on enrollment, but rather on actual outputs such as quality learning. So it's not about the quantity, as we all know, no? It's about the quality of education in general. The next one is go beyond basics. This is a challenge for us to actually promote sustainable development. This is about looking at the human rights, gender equality, a culture of peace and nonviolence, global citizenship, and cultural diversity. So again, this is one important policy that can be implemented. The next one is go beyond schooling. So what do we mean by this? Do we mean that universities and schools are lesser? No, it's not. Going beyond schooling means to provide lifelong learning opportunities for all. So it does only means that aside from, sticking to what the theories are, or basing our teaching in the books, we will be able to go beyond that and be able to see what lifelong learning is. Next is go beyond education. This means to build a stronger partnerships between ministries by adopting a whole system of approach. So that means going beyond education can actually mean partnering with other organizations, partnering with other ministries and other institutions. And the next one, or the last, will be go beyond countries. Again, looking at this conference, I find this a very good opportunity to go beyond countries. It's not only coming from Indonesia. We have people around the world, from India, from the Philippines, from Pakistan, from Ukraine, and so on. So this is to encourage peer learning among governments, among the different institutions, universities, and ensure regional organizations have clear education agendas. So I think that is an important aspect. No, whenever we need to have policy implementation. The foundational role of education, sustainable development, should also be given an importance. As a conclusion, this is just a very short sharing, but I hope you will be able to get something out of it. No? So in conclusion, I would like to highlight key findings. The first one is building capacities of educators and trainers. So this is to deliver education for sustainable development. So capacity and education for sustainable development can actually be developed through various modalities. We all know that we have the face-to-face training, we have the professional exchanges and online courses. All of these modalities can actually be part of the building capacities. And this offers many ways to meet the needs of the program beneficiaries. So in some places, for example, in the United States, some of them will continue with face-to-face training. In some cases, there will be online courses, but still there should be a key highlight on this, that any strategies, any modalities can be used in order for us to provide quality education. Next is empower and mobilize youth. What do we mean by this? We have to recognize that the youth involvement is central to the success of education for sustainable development, because youth have the power to multiply programs through their networks. So we just need to train them, we just need to educate them. They have engaged through policy forums, leadership, training, and conferences. And lastly, institutional, global, and interagency coordination and cooperation. So we have to accelerate sustainable solution at the local level and go beyond that and go to the institutional or global level. So local authorities are critical actors in the implementation of education for sustainable development. And we have to network. We do civil society partnerships in order for us to have an effective strategy for involving them. This is evidently important, no, to develop local communities, ownership, which can be assured in consultative process. So in our context, the need for more interlinkages between partners in working towards quality and sustainable education is a must, and it is important. So these are my references. No, if you need a copy of this, I'll be able to give this to the host. And if there are some questions that you would like to ask, you can just email me at fidesdelcastillo@gmail.com. I hope I shared something valuable to you this afternoon. Thank you so much to the organizers.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am, Dr. Fines. Dr. Fides from Philippines. Thank you very much for great sharing to these great sessions. Well, the next keynote speaker, we please Professor Dr. Raj Kumar, Science. Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yes. Okay, Professor Dr. Raj Kumar, Science, the Dean R&D HOD Development of Commerce, Chairperson Center for Entrepreneurship, Innovation, and Skill Development, School of Management Science, Varanasi, India. Are you ready, sir? Okay, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm ready. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Should I start, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So thank you very much. And good afternoon to all of you. Namaste from India. Myself, Professor Dr. Rajkumar Singh. My dear brothers and sisters of Indonesia and other part of the world. First, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers for inviting me in the IAEI Virtual International Conference on building institutions for sustainable development, education, economy, research, and practice. It's really a very pertinent topic in the era of COVID-19 when the entire world is suffering from that problem. Today, my deliberation will be based upon the impact of COVID-19 on world economy and emerging entrepreneurial avenues to the design thinking for innovation. Friends, as we all know, at present, what our situation in the entire world is totally different. We are suffering from a lot of problems. We are having so many aspects which are adversely affecting our entire life, entire economy, health, and so many other dimensions. Now, in this situation, we are seeing the global economic impact of COVID-19. The growth has been declined everywhere. Major sufferers are countries like India itself, China, Netherlands, Spain, US, UK, France, European Union, Germany, Japan, Italy, and some other countries also. In such situation, if you see, the employment aspects has been badly affected. We can categorically divide into three parts. One is the low disruption areas, where the software, internet, electronics, this industry employment has been affected. On moderate disruption, the medical device industries, all these were affected. And so far as the large disruption is concerned, you see the automobile sector, the transportation, mining, machinery, energy sector, these all are. Not only that, but if you see from the job
jaringannya.
Padahal di sini kalau kita lihat apa kalau kita
Ya, Aco, coba call Dr. Prof Raj.
Halo, ya.
Jaringannya itu.
Dokter, ya, masih ada, Ji.
Oke.
Halo, Prof. Halo, Prof. Dr. Raj. Do you hear?
My voice is coming?
Yes. Okay. You are coming.
Okay. So if you see on the stock market condition of the entire world, till April, the situation was very bad. All the stock market in the world has declined fast. Now it is continuously trying to recover, but it will take some time. Now, this is not a normal economic slowdown. And we have seen that the international supply chain has been broken. And because of that, this entire situation is being created. And we are having the problem that we don't know about what is going to happen in the future. But problem is that we have to live with this new normal. And as the main theme of this conference says, what should be the approach of the institution? What should be the role of the institution in this sustainable development process? How we can do this, economic upliftment, how we can go for the education, how we can go for the research, how can we go for the industrial upliftment? We have to understand that we are at present in a situation of volatility of the entire economy of the world, uncertainty, which is we are not knowing anything, complexity is too much, and ambiguity is there. So what is the solution? Solution lies in our the conceptual aspect itself. When we are suffering from the volatility, then we have to believe on our vision, that what our vision is. This may be a temporary phase for 6 months, 1 year, or maybe 2 years, not like that. But yes, we have to work towards our vision. Whatever the institutional vision is, whatever the industry vision is, whatever the country's vision is. For uncertainty, important thing is the understanding. Now the entire world has to play a role of a family. In Indian spiritual system, we used to say, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, means the entire world is one family. We have to work as a one family, leaving all our differences aside, because this is the time when we need each other. This is a time of the human existence. Question is on the human existence, not on any caste, creed, religion, culture, language. No, this is the question mark, big question mark on the human existence. And for complexity, we need to have a clarity. Clarity in our thought, clarity in our policy, clarity in our strategy, clarity in our communication. And for ambiguity, we need to have the agility. This is the philosophical dimension. Now, what an institution can do? An institution can work with the industry. And that can be first to concentrate on what the present situation of the industry is and how the institutions can work and government can work with them. First step is to resolve the issues, present existing problems. They have to be resolved. Then second aspect is the resilience, so that their near-term, short-term cash issues and all these issues should be sorted out, the supply chain issues should be sorted out. And gradually try to become in an old position, to return back to the old position, to create a new normal, to understand a new normal, to adopt the new normal. By just saying that new normal is not new normal, we have to practice that. And then you have to do a reimagination, what we can do further, what new strategy has to be adopted, because this situation has never arisen before anyone. And then finally the reform situation will come. Lot many areas are there. Entrepreneurial dimension, if you see, lot many areas are there which is still having the possibility. New opportunities are arising. COVID-19 is not just a threat, this has given us an opportunity also. You see the pharmaceutical sector, you see the healthcare and wellness sector. We have seen this all of a sudden the importance and the requirement of the hand sanitizer, soaps, gloves, masks, PP kits, they have arisen. All of a sudden, we have seen the Ayurvedic and herbal immunity booster importance has come because immunity is the only solution that's present because we don't have any curative measure. Food industry, your agro-based industry, especially in the developing countries, I'm talking in terms of the India and other developing countries, the Asian region, they have to go back to their agriculture aspects also because only food and drug, medicine, these are the two things we have survived today. At the same time, tourism, the virtual tourism is one of the very important aspects on which we have to work. We have to keep on doing the exercises. I still remember that one of the very famous slogan of the Indonesian tourism, the Indonesia, truly Asia. So such kind of things, the brand positioning has to be done again and again so that the things should be in the mind. And as the things will come to normal, everybody will go to that way. Service sector, education technology, we are at present on the Zoom, online education. These areas are there. Online consultancy is still going on. We can work on that direction. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, coding, online retailing, cloud computing, gaming, digital marketing, content writing, e-commerce, this financial services. So these are the things which are having a scope. Now, what has to be done? Where the problem is? Problem is that we need to adopt the triple helix model, where the industry, academia, and government should work together. We have not seen that. At present, all over the world, what we have seen, especially in the Asian region, I've seen that industry is working in some other direction, government is working in some other direction, academia is working in some other direction. They need to combine together. They need to understand, exchange their information, their knowledge, and problem orientation should be there. All the researchers has to made it that way so that the any entrepreneur if it is coming, their problem can be solved through the industry, government, and academia collaboration. So, and the sustainable dimensions, the sustainability is also part of this entire conference. The 3P bottom line approach with the profit, people, and planet. So planet means the environment has to be given a due consideration along with the profit, because people will survive only when the planet will be saved. Only money is not important. Our environment is important. And this has been extended to the 5 Ps, where the people is important, their prosperity is important, their partnership. We need to have a collaborative approach, as I've told you, that industry, academia, and government. We need to work for the environment, the planet. And above all, very much needed is the peace. Because peace in the world is very important. When we will be in peace, only then we can develop. If we are fighting with each other, we cannot develop. No institution can develop, either on the institution level, either on the or on the individual level, or on the society level, or on the country level, or on the international level. So we need to work on the innovation. Innovation is much needed now for new technology, new product line segment, new method of production, existing products improvement. So we have to keep on doing the inventions, the extensions, the duplications, and synthesis. It's a very important part. And we have to work towards the design innovation, where the customer desirability is important, but at the same time, the viability of the business model is important and the feasibility of the technology is important. Because innovation is something which is an ongoing process. We have to keep on doing that. And we have to understand that when the technological feasibility is there, business viability is there, human values and desirability is there, then the design and interactivity, then the organization behavior will have to support it. And then the manufacturing will be smooth and streamlined. So this is the entire cycle where we will plan something, but at the same time, we have to learn something. And here the role of the institutions comes, the universities comes, the academia comes. And we have to keep on creating, testing, measuring, and then this entire process of the iteration goes on for the innovation process. And then when we find that, okay, it's okay, we do the scaling up. Again, we have to keep on moving in this direction. So what actually innovation needs, they have to, on one hand, take care of the demand of the market. On the other hand, they have to take care of the supply of the market, but at the same time, the consumer, the customer who is controlling that market has to be taken care of. So in this entire aspect, the creativity has to be grown up in every institution, in every university, so that innovation can have a smooth venturing. And these 5 components of creativity, the expertise, the imaginative thinking, the skill, venturesome personality, interesting motivation, the creative environment, this is the responsibility of the universities and education institutions to work together through faculties, through teachers, through students to develop that creative process. Because see, the creative process is having a step. First is the problem recognition. We need to understand what the problem of the society is, what the problem of the industry is, what the problem of the individual is. And then the immersion will take place. Then you have to incubate the people who are working as an entrepreneur, as a startup, have a proper insight, and then a complete ecosystem has to verify and make them apply, so that whatever their creative thinking is to the innovation is looking towards the international need. It should be having a justified option. It should have a ability to take the decision on every front. So if you take the entire dimension of the design thinking, the first step is to emphasize the problem. Only then the innovation is having any scope. Otherwise, you will have a inventory of the inventions, but you are not able to apply in the market for the industry, for the individual. You have to define it. You have to ideate it. You have to make a prototype and you have to test it in the market. Only then you can implement and scale it up. So you need a complete business plan where your ideas have to be screened up, and it has to be seen that whether the market is needing that idea, the international market is needing that idea now, it is having a cost benefit or not, it is having a technical feasibility or not, it is a strategic fit or not. If you pass through only that, you can do all these things. But for that, I think every institution should now work properly in their incubation centers, because this is a very important part where you can do the mentoring, you can provide the technical assistance, you can take care of the intellectual property right, you can provide the marketing expertise, finance expertise, networking, shared operational aspects. These things are there when you can do as an incubator and try to do develop an international brand, not just on the hardcore basis, but on the soft basis of the brand also. So this is uniqueness, so it's innovative value, the transcendence, the appeal, and the positioning, the consistency, and the credibility. Because see, in any international brand attribute, its simplicity is very important, the honesty is very important, the reliability is very important, the smartness, speediness, connectivity, power, and joy is very important. But the 2 most things are very important, that should be a problem solver and should be having an innovation. And it has to be protected through the intellectual property right, because now it is an international market, it's a global market. So in the last, since my time is, whatever time has been allotted to me is over now, I would just appeal one thing to this deliberation, that think globally, but act locally. And it's it's one of the, the mantra of the startup, that think big, start small, grow gradually, and grow globally. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity for the deliberation. And if you have any question, I'm ready to answer. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Professor Dr. Raj Kumarasant. Thank you very much for your spare time to share your ideas with us. And thank you very much for your spare time to join this great event. Well, so now we move to the next keynote speaker. We please Associate Professor Dr. Rab Nawaz Laudi. Hello, sir. Prof. Dr. Rab Nawaz, can you hear us? Hello, sir.
Yes,
Prof.
yes,
Dr. Rab.
I can hear you. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. We place you because the time the same Jumat prayer in what is in Pakistan, right? Pakistan.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so much for giving me this particular slot and allow me to share my knowledge in this particular time, because after this time we are just going to of our Juma prayers in Pakistan. So hello from Pakistan, dear audience, and I'm very pleased to be here as a keynote speaker. So I start my session from my introduction, and my name is Dr. Rab Nawaz Lodi, and I'm working as associate professor in the business school of University of Central Punjab. So I did my PhD from Bahria University, Islamabad, and I have vast experience, training, research, and consultancy experience in Pakistan, Malaysia, Turkey, Kazakhstan, Saudi Arabia, and United States of America. My area of interest is business management and information systems. So how we can apply IT skills in accounting, finance, marketing, human resource management, and project management. So I discovered my passion in the field of training and development activities. I traveled in different countries and I trained the thousands of people, professors, doctors, PhD students in more than 50 universities and research institutes in different countries. So last year, University of South Florida, United States of America, they invited me. I went there, I trained their professors from different states of America, including people from Canada and China. So in the same year, 2019, Bajashir University, Turkey, they also invited me. I went there and it was the pre-conference workshop on qualitative research using NVivo software, qualitative research and data analysis using NVivo software. So that was very wonderful training session. So similarly, King Abdulaziz University, Saudi Arabia, they invited me on the Harvard University USA funded project, and I also provided my consultancies to the researchers, to the team, principal investigators who were working on the funded project by Harvard University USA. So it was very wonderful experience. So similarly, UUM University Utara, Malaysia, they also invited me for the training session, and people from 35 different countries, they attended my training sessions on the different quantitative and qualitative techniques in research. So in 2020, before COVID situation in the world, UIB, University of International Business, they invited me and I went there, and people from Kazakhstan and Russia, they attended my training session, and they invited me as a keynote speaker in the conference, and as well as I also conducted the sessions, training sessions for the faculty from different universities of Kazakhstan. So it was very wonderful training experience. I have expertise on different quantitative and qualitative data analytical tools. I'm also certified trainer of NVivo software, NVivo 9 and 10 in Asia Pacific regions. So I have number of publication in impact factor journals, and I'm also guest editor of an impact factor journal. Its impact factor is 2.796. So we are going to publish a very wonderful special issue in the year of 2021 on qualitative research in hospitality and tourism management. So audience, today I would like to talk about on the outcome-based education, because it is directly associated with the development of economy, with the development of the people, with the development of the professors, and as well as the students. So student is the main stakeholder in this outcome-based education system. So my question is from the audience. What do you mean by output versus outcomes? So what is the difference between output and outcome? So you can unmute your mic and you can give me the answer of this question. What is the difference between output and outcome in a university, in a school, or in a college? So this is my question, and I just need to start my discussion to differentiate these two very important concepts, output and outcome. Any guess, any idea? Yes, Dr. Mutmainna. So, Dr. Mutmainna, this is very, very important concept in our university that we normally focus on output, but outcomes are very, very important. So, if we want to differentiate these two very important very important concepts. So, output mean the number of graduates. The number of graduates a university is going to produce, the number of graduates. For example, if a university is producing 2000 graduates, then we will say that it is the output of the university. So outcomes mean the quality of graduates. For example, this is the output, number of graduates. So in the convocation, university is producing, they are giving the degrees to the number of graduates. So that is basically the concept of output. But when we talk about the outcomes, it's mean the quality of graduates. So quality matters a lot along with the quantity. If you're producing more people, so that's good, but it is more important to produce quality in terms of knowledge, skills, and attitude. So if you're developing the knowledge, if you're developing the skills, if you're developing the attitude of the students, of the graduates, then definitely that would be the outcome of the university. So that would be the quality of graduates. So I just want to differentiate between the traditional education system and the outcome based education system. So today I will focus on the quality of education. So that system is known as outcome based education. So what is the difference? To understand the outcome based education, first we need to understand the different flaws and different disadvantages of traditional education system. So if we talk about the traditional education system, there is a common method of teaching, which is one to all method. Teacher is delivering the lecture and all the students are listening, and they need to listen the lecture, they need to take the notes, they need to submit the assignments, they need to memorize the things, whatever the teacher is going to deliver in the class. So in the end, they need to appear in the exam, they need to reproduce what was taught, and ultimately they get grades. So this is the traditional education system. It is just like the teacher is feeding, the teacher is providing the knowledge, and in the when the student is going to appear in the exam, so it is just like the vomit. He is going to vomit on the paper. So this is uh, we use this terminology in Pakistan, rata system. Rata mean you just need to memorize the things in the class, and in the end you need to reproduce the same thing on the answer sheet, and definitely you will get the good grades. So this is the traditional education system. So normally the typical method we apply in traditional education system, teacher is delivering the lecture and students are attending the class, they are taking the notes, they are memorize the things, they are memorizing the things, and they ultimately appear in the final exams and reproduce the things whatever they have learned from the lectures of the teachers. So this is the traditional education system, and this is the particular delivery method in traditional education system. So assessment, if we talk about the assessment in traditional education system, assessment is not taken as a tool to identify the strengths and weaknesses of the student. It is only the assessment, we conduct the assessment just to test the memory of the student, what the student memorized during the class, and ultimately what they are going to reproduce in their final exam. So we are failed to actually assess the strengths as well as the weaknesses of the students. So some people are very good in listening, some people are very good in writing, some people are very good computer literate. So there is no method to understand or assess the individual strengths as well as weaknesses of the each student. So if we talk about the grades, so grades do not provide any information on the students' strengths or deficiencies in the various areas of learning, and we cannot suggest the improvement. That we are not in the position to say that this particular student is lacking in this particular area, so this particular area should be improved. So this is the basically lacks, and this is the basically disadvantages. These are the disadvantages of traditional education system. We cannot suggest to any student that you are lacking in this particular area. So when we talk about assessment, so assessments are not aligned with the outcomes. Outcomes mean knowledge, skills, and attitude. So this is basically the problem. And if we talk about the grading system, so we declare excellent if student get 90% marks or more marks, then we can say that he got the A plus grade, or he performed very well. But to be honest, assessment is this type of assessment is failed to actually assess the strengths and weaknesses of the students. So this is very famous picture, and the quotation mentioned, for example, for a fair selection, everybody has to take the same exam. So please climb the tree. So it is very, unfortunate if we say to the fish that we are expecting to perform this kind of activity. So Albert Einstein, this is the very famous quotation by Albert Einstein, that everybody is a genius, and but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, so it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid. So this is basically the problem in traditional education system. So assessment is not the tool to assess actual strengths and weaknesses of the students. So grades do not provide any information on the student's strengths and deficiency in the areas. So ultimately, after getting the degree, after completion of the degree program, the student go for the employment. And there is again problem. The employer has to rely on the grades to appoint the graduates. So if the students are coming from the good grades, A plus grade, A grades, or B grades, or so, then definitely the employer will say that the students are basically they are very good graduates. So they have to rely, they have to trust on the grading system. So this is another flaws in the traditional education system. So good grades mean good, or bad grades mean bad. So we are unable to actually assess the person, that this person is very good in the other skills, and we need those skills, but that particular person has failed to score the good grades in their examination during their degree programs. So this is the flaws, and you can say the problem in traditional education system. So if we talk about the degrees or grades, so graduate degrees or certificates are not helping the employers for appointing the right person for the right job. So this is again the problem. So there is a reason to introduce a new system, that is the OBE, outcome based education. So it is not what we teach, it is what the student learn. So this is totally student centered approach. This is not this teacher centered approach. We focus, normally the teachers say that we have covered the complete syllabus, and we have completed the chapters, and we have completed this particular course or the complete book. But to be honest, we will not focus that what the teacher teach. We will focus what actually the students learn from that particular course. This is outcome based education. So we more focus on the knowledge, skills, and attitude rather than grades or CGPA. So this is the outcome based education system, and normally we apply the Bloom's taxonomy. the different levels of Bloom's taxonomy in their course outlines and in the course planners, and ultimately the professor follow that particular course planner to implement the particular strategies regarding OBE, outcome based education, in their classes. So when we talk about Bloom taxonomy has three different dimensions like cognitive, affective, and psychomotor. So if we talk about, I'm going to discuss more focus, I'm going to give the more focus on the first dimension of Bloom's taxonomy, which is the dimension of cognitive level. So there are different levels in the Bloom taxonomy. The first level is remembering. So remembering means this is the very basic level, and we need to memorize the students, the formulas, the definitions, the types of a particular concepts, the bullet points. So this is the very basic level, remembering. So we start the learning from remembering. We need to instruct the students to memorize the things. So ultimately, then we move toward the understanding level. This is more comprehensive level in which we classify, we describe, we explain the things, we locate, we also give the different examples to understand, we also give the different importance to of a particular phenomena to convert it into understandable concept in front of the students. So this is basically the second level of learning, where you need to elaborate the things in more comprehension fashion. So ultimately, then we need to move toward the application area. So after understanding level, we need to teach the students how they will apply this particular formula to resolve the particular issue in their daily routines. So this is very important. And normally when we ask the questions regarding the application point of view in the final exam, then definitely we give the case studies, or we give the different scenario based questions to the students to check their application level of learning. Ultimately, then we have to move toward analyzing. So these first three areas are known as lower order learning levels. So the first one is remembering, the second one is understanding, the third one is application or applying. So these three are the basic level of learnings. So then ultimately in the universities, and if we talk about the OBE, outcome based education, we need to move toward the higher order learning levels like analyzing, like evaluating, like creativity. So ultimately we give the assignments to the students or the practical projects, and student go into the particular field, practical field, and collect the data, then analyze the data. So that is basically the analyzing area. Then ultimately student need to evaluate what they learn from the books. So what is the bookish knowledge and what is the practical knowledge. Then the student will be in position to compare the bookish knowledge with the practicalities, with the practical things. Then ultimately the last stage of learning is creativity. Then the student will come with the new
Sorry.
models, with the new theories.
Hello, sir.
So
Excuse-
this is my basically focus areas, and ultimately I'm going to wind up my presentation. This is basically the particular area we apply in OBE, outcome based education. So I just want to conclude my session on this particular point. If we focus on
Sorry,
the
sir.
traditional,
Sir, hello, sir. Sorry for to
yes,
interrupt. I just remind that you have 1 minute more. One
okay, no
minute left.
problem.
Yeah.
Yes, my brother, I already mentioned that I'm just going to wind up the session, and hopefully I will wind up in 1 more minute, no problem. So the thing, I just want to give the concluding remarks that if we talk about the traditional education system, then ultimately we will focus on the first three levels of Bloom's taxonomy. The first level is remembering level, the second level is understanding level, then the application level. So these are the lower level learning, lower level learnings. But if we talk about the higher level learning, then ultimately we apply the OBE system and we apply all these levels in our education system. So we create our students more creative, more analytics. So these are some examples from the different questions paper. For example, if we ask the students define, explain. So this question paper is covering the level 1, 85% question paper is from level 1, like remembering level. So we just need to assess the memory of the student, what the student memorize the definitions or the types or the list, and we are asking only 15% from level 2. This is unfortunate and in the education system. So this is another examination paper and its title is applied psychology. This course title is applied psychology, but unfortunately there is no question about the application in this examination paper. So 100% paper from the first level, remembering level. So where are the other levels? So this is the problem in the education system. So I just want to give the concluding remarks. If we want to change our education system, we have to change our philosophy, our thinking, and our approach. We have to move from the rata system. We have to move from the remembering levels toward the next level. We have to achieve the each and every level in the Bloom taxonomy. So there are a lot of things, but I will share all these slides with the all participants in this particular group. So you can also contact me. This is my WhatsApp and this is my email address. So if you have any question, you can ask me. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nasir. Yes, it's over to you. Can you hear my voice?
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear my voice? Yes. If you have any question, you can ask me. Ji, please.
Okay.
Okay, Nasir, I think no one has question. So thank you so much for inviting me. I'm very thankful to Dr. Mutmainna for inviting me in such a very wonderful international conference. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Rab Nawaz Lodi. Thank you very much for your spare time to share your ideas with us.
Most welcome.
And we hope, yeah, hopefully in the next we would like we can
Dr.
PPT.
Rab Nawaz.
Yep.
Dr. Rab Nawaz, there is one question. I mentioned in the chat box. What is the difference between the traditional education system and streaming education system due to COVID-19 pandemic in the world? Can you explain this?
Could you please repeat your question? What is the difference in traditional
What is the
education
difference
system?
between traditional education system and streaming? Streaming means online. Streaming education system due to COVID-19 pandemic in the world. Nowadays, everywhere we are conducting the online classes. I am from Oman, Al Buraimi University College. We are also conducting the online classes due to this pandemic. So,
Okay,
can you
sir.
explain this? Thank you.
Yes. When we talk about the traditional education system, we compare the traditional education system with the OBE, outcome-based education system. This is another extreme. This is an other area. But if we talk about the online education system and if we compare it with the normal, in-person education system or the physical education system, then this is very simple. We apply learning management system in the online education system, LMS. So this is very wonderful tool learning management system, we deliver the lectures online, and we also provide the online forums for the discussion. We also assess the students online. We take their assignments online. We give the quizzes online, and we provide the material online. And even during the class, we can also provide the videos or audios or the lecture. And even if we are offline, then the student will be able to assess the material through the learning management system. So normally we apply learning management system in online education. So I believe that your university has also implemented this particular learning management system for the professors, for the teachers, and for the administrator. Because normally, if we talk about the learning management system, there must be the three major stakeholders: students, teacher, and the administrators. Normally, administrators register the students and the courses and programs and the teachers on the learning management system. So registration is the first step. So after getting the registration on the particular learning management system, then the teachers will be able to conduct their classes online, and ultimately they can use the Zoom or Microsoft Teams or other platform to conduct their lectures, and ultimately they will be able to assess the students, and ultimately students will be benefited from the learning management system through the availability of material, even if the teacher is not online. So there are so many benefits of this particular system, learning management system. So normally we apply learning management system in online classes, but in one-to-one physical classes, where the teacher and students meet each other in person in the class. So teacher provide some notes or books or material physically to the students, or normally they adopt the hybrid approach. Sometimes they send the emails, and also they upload the material on some systems like learning management systems. So this is the difference between the traditional physical system and the online system. So I conclude my answer that normally in online education system, we apply learning management system for the all activities of the class, like lectures, like assignments, like assessments, like other activities in the class. Thank you so much. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Great
you very
answer
much,
from
Dr.
Rab.
Rabnawaz.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rabnawaz. So very wonderful, and you explained the
Dr. Mohammed, can
Okay.
we see you
Thank
on
you
your
very much.
video, your camera, Dr. Mohammed?
Yes, 1 second.
Okay. Can we move to the next keynote speaker? That is Dr. Sofiq Ganguly. Hello,
Yeah.
sir. Can you hear us? Dr. Sofiq? Hello.
Am I audible now?
Yes. This is your time, sir. Thanks. Time is yours.
Yeah. Professor Lodi, please stop sharing your screen. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine now.
Yes. Yeah.
No, our camera is now open.
Okay.
No problem.
So, thank you, organizers. I hope
Thank
that,
you very much.
Yeah. I hope that my screen is visible so that I can start presenting.
Okay.
Yes. So thank you once again for inviting me on this particular occasion, and asking me to deliver on a particular topic that is most important from the point of view of engineering education. And I'd be highlighting on the techno-commercial aspects in engineering solutions. Myself, Dr. Shobhi Ganguly, I am serving as assistant professor in the Department of Electrical and Instrumentation Engineering from Thapar Institute, Patiala, Punjab, and I am from India. And my mail ID is available in your screen. If you want to have any queries or any discussions after this session, you can contact me as well. Basically, I belong from an engineering background. I'm an electrical engineer. I did my BTech long back in 2002 in electrical engineering, then did my MTech in mechatronics engineering, and I have pursued in the area of system identification and control. But mostly I'll highlight today on the commercial aspects with a case study in between, and for which we require some background for the fresh engineers to get through this particular techno-commercial aspects to be industry ready. So let me take to the next slide. Yes, some of the techno-commercial terms that we come across dealing with projects, dealing with scheduling, cost scheduling, and evaluation of the project, the feasibility of the project, or rather the technical feasibility of the project. And we may also talk about some economic aspects or assessments as well, because sometimes cost is an important issue. And also we talk about some analysis, some implementation issues, some decision-making processes, and some research in the project, or some research activities in the project as well. So these are some of the basic terminologies. Mostly our previous speaker had talked about outcome-based education, and we'll follow from this particular aspect. And it is quite closely linked that we normally teach in our classroom. We set questions which are mostly on the understanding part, on the remembering part, rather than analyzing them, or rather discussing them or involving them in the projects as well. So the project assessment part is an important part which makes an engineer industry ready from day one. So this is one lacuna, or this decreases the employability of a particular student who is pursuing his engineering career, and gradually he's moving out for MBA programs or something of that sort, and getting into non-technical companies and likewise. So we will basically in today's talk, it's a brief talk. We will simply take up a case study and try to analyze or try to focus on the aspects of techno-commercial aspects of any engineering solution. Basically, I have taken a case study of a solar photovoltaic power plant rooftop system. And in this particular case study, we are going to see what are the techno-commercial aspects that we come across. And in the process, we'll discuss about the objectives, the details of the project, the technical feasibility of the project, and the assessment and the risk associated with it, and how to mitigate those risks, and how to find out the solution, perfect solution for it. So it will be a very important talk on the prospect of the budding engineer who are supposed to pursue their career after their engineering into the industries. So basically, we will discuss about a case study. This is related to a solar photovoltaic power plant, and we need to talk about some about the objectives, some of the objectives of techno-commercial reports. So to know, first of all, we need to have the economic feasibility of the project. We need to understand and know about the site details, some of the technicalities, some of the technical details, and finally, of course, since I'm talking about, yeah, some background noises, please mute. Nasir, I'll ask you to mute all the persons who are present. Yeah. So that we talk about the feasibility, economic feasibility, or the techno-economic feasibility of the project as an objective. And we need to know about the promoter who is doing this project. We need to know about the site details, right? And we need to have the technical details as well as, and finally, we need to have the assessment for the life cycle and the energy yield that this project will lead to. So these are some of the objectives. Some more objectives I have. So we need to also understand some financial details as well. We need to comply with certain requirements, which we call as a statutory requirements. And we need to have the construction schedule, the project construction schedule, and execute a plan. And we need to know about operation and maintenance plan as well, and the manpower requirement too. and to understand the risk associated with this project, and definitely the ways to mitigate it. Coming to the contents, or what should be exactly the content of this techno-commercial report. We should have the information about the promoter who is promoting this particular project. We need to know about the site. Since I have talked about that this is a project based on solar power plant, so definitely we need some assessment about the solar resource in that particular site. We need to go for the selection of a suitable solar power based rooftop technology, and so some technical specifications, some technical details will be required. Definitely we need to understand the layout of the plant and the technical specifications associated. We need to understand the power system out there and the grid interfacing requirements, and we need to also satisfy certain statutory requirements and compliances to deal with. So these are about the contents of a techno-commercial report that we need to highlight upon. Coming to the more content, some other things associated with this project. So we need to understand the implementation schedule, which is very important. We need to have the operation and maintenance plan properly formulated, and reducing the downtime. And we'll talk about downtime a little later on. And then you have to have an economic assessment and the financial issues as well, some risk associated and how to mitigate those risks, and finally the sensitivity analysis and the recommendations ahead. So talking about the status of the promoter, its legal status must be known to us, its financial status, their qualification, their experience of the core team must be known to us, and some credentials of this particular core team and how they have worked previously, and with which projects they have been associated, some landmark projects. So these detailings are being required, and from the organizations we need some credentials about their financial credentials and their technical credentials, and finally the objective of the promoter for taking up this particular project. So coming to the sites and how to have the site coordinates, or rather we should know the location of the site, the topography and the terrain associated with that particular site, and if there is some partial shading, we need to assess that also. And we need to have socio-economic issues, habitation in vicinity. We need to have the labor availability, of course, security issues. So these are some of the things which we would have. And finally, your power infrastructure, your grid interfacing capabilities, the natural environment of the dust or pollution or salinity of this environment. And we can also have some natural calamities as well. So this natural calamities like cyclone or flood or landslide. So the location in which we are going for this development, we will definitely look into the climatic conditions. We need to look into the natural calamities associated with it. And after that, we need to go for the resource assessment. So we need to collect the solar data from some reliable sources. We need to understand the appropriateness of the data. We need to have the comparison and the analysis of the data from the multiple sources that we obtain. And we need to have the period of the data being considered, and we need to have an accuracy level of the data, understand some of the risks associated, and finally indicate the data accuracy in the particular report. So this is about the resource assessment. Coming to some of the technological aspects, yeah, coming to the technical review or the technological review. Please at the background, I'm hearing some noise. It's very much annoying for me. Please do not. Please mute yourself to maintain the progress of this particular talk. So finally, the technical review where we need to understand that what type of solar cells are we going to use, whether it's a crystalline solar cell or we are going to use some thin film cells, some technological review for the existing methodologies for the rooftop systems, and finally to get into the different technologies aspect with respect to the site, with respect to the climatic conditions, with respect to the supply chain management and the availability of the solar power. So this is about the technology review. Can we go to the next one? The performance evaluation. So all of a sudden we cannot establish a single project, so we need to simulate. So we need to have a performance simulation before we finally land up with the project. So some estimations are required, some estimation processes are required with the help of simulation tools. There are several software tools available in front of us by virtue of which we can assess this. We can have the loss estimation as well, some month-wise energy production at the proposed site, and we need to have the optimum orientation and the inclination of the solar cells depending upon the latitude of the place, and of course we need to take into account other loss factors associated. So finally, when comparing the project energy yield to the project life cycle, we need to also select some technology after a trade-off between the energy yield production and the levelized cost of energy. So these are about some of the background simulation that we need to perform before we finally jump on for the project. Finally, the layout and the technical specifications. We need to have the layout of the plant, the schematic diagrams of the electrical system, some line diagrams associated with the electrical system, and then going into the technical specifications for major power plant based components, say for example the PV modules that we talk about, the arrays, the mounting structures, and your power conditioning units, some monitoring systems, and the safety equipments as well. So these are about some of the discussions on the plant layout that we are going to have, or some technical specifications that are being required at the back end. This we usually call a construction schedule, but I call it a Gantt chart, where we can explore that by what dates we can explore the testing, construction part, fencing, control construction, control room construction, some foundation works that are required, the placement for the solar system, and all those activities which we can plan and schedule. And this we normally refer as a Gantt chart, and which we can have very well ahead of time, so that we are to maintain them at appropriate scheduling. So this is how we go in for the scheduling of the project. And finally, coming to the operation and maintenance plans, we need to have some preventive maintenance, definitely. And we need to have the manpower requirement, of course, their skill development and breakdown. If there is any breakdown, that can be, we can have some strategy for the breakdown maintenance as well. We can reduce the downtime, means downtime usually is the time that is being normally affects the production. So we need to reduce this particular downtime. And finally, some spare parts that have to be replaced, we need to have a strategy for that as well. So basically it looks after your operation and maintenance finally. And after that, some of the economic assessments that we need to, yeah. Yes, any problem? Okay, so the equipment cost, the erection, of course, it's installation, commissioning. So we need to assess that, and finally going for the engineering design and the project management, how to manage this entire project, and some preliminary expenses that we need to incur, and we need to also have some pre-operative expenses as well, some legal issues that we need to handle, some statutory expenses that we need to have, obviously the operation maintenance cost, and and then there is some depreciation value. We need to assess that as well, and some revenues. What kind of a revenue will it generate? So these are some of the aspects that associates with the economic aspects of the project or the cost of the project. So coming to some of the risk management and mitigation technique, some risk associated with the technological requirements, and how to take into account or how to mitigate those risks, some policies, some regulations that we need to follow. Definitely some financial risk may be associated with some expenses that we perform. Reliability of the grid is also an important issue when we interface with it, with the grid. And of course, we need to have a proper prediction of the generation or the forecast of the solar data that is available to us, and based on that particular data we need to have the generation forecast being ready for us. And warranty, of course, the performance of this particular plant, definitely we need to look into. And finally, the risk associated with the quality of the design, and finally the installation part as well. So I think we will summarize now regarding some of the evacuation facilities, whether they are available, some of the technological advancements that are present, and finally some requirements or clearances that we need to take from some certain authorities. What will be my design parameters, and the solar data must be available, and it should be absolutely forecasted based on the data available. And finally we go in for the generation projection and its development cost, and finally the financial results or the financial analysis of this particular project. So these are some of the aspects that we need to look into, where whether you are from electrical engineering background, or whether from a mechanical side, or some from the civil background as well. So there are several aspects being associated, and an industry person or rather a budding engineer should know about this particular aspects thoroughly before going into the jobs directly. So this is all from my side. If you have any queries, please. Thank you, Nasir. Mine presentation is over. Let me stop sharing, and if you have any discussions ahead, we can have.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for your great sharing. And thank you very much for your spare time.
Mr. Acha,
Yep.
there are some participants want raise their hand.
Yeah. Who?
Mr. Rukayat Hanasehu, Sivana Thakur.
Yeah, who wants to ask a question?
Some participants, I will check first.
What's the question?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Okay, please.
Yeah, please.
Oh yeah, Dr. Muhammad Jahan.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Souvik Ganguly. So
Yeah.
very informative information. Basically, your background is engineering background.
Yeah.
So nowadays we are conducting the online exam and steering exams and conducting the classes also.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
we are applying the Google Meet and using the module also. For our students are uploading all the material and assignments and quizzes, everything they are uploading on the Moodle, and we are teaching online with the Google Meet. So here, any other technical issues or any you can suggest for the online
see,
teaching?
right now I am teaching a particular course which is in first year of engineering.
Yes.
So they the students they haven't seen the campus as yet, and they are learning from us directly from online. So definitely some engagement or involvement of the students in the class is equally important for us. The student engagement in a digital classroom, I think that is the most challenging issue that I'm facing right now. Yeah. So anything
due to most of the here our students are, for example, in our class 30 to 35 students are registering.
Okay.
Due to technical reason, some 15 or 20 students are attending
so you need to check the bandwidth of the internet server you are being provided with. That is also a constraint. Because That is also because we are also having some classes are there. I am teaching a class of 60-65, but some classes are there which is having a strength of say 190 or 200 plus. So that is sometimes a challenging issue, because these are the things that you need to maintain. Say your videos, you need to stop your videos, sharing your videos or something of that sort. You should also request the participants also to not to share their videos and all. So that some effect on the internet will be introduced.
That's true. We are facing some small problem, technical problems due to internet connection.
Right now, yesterday only in our college we conducted a mock test for the students to understand the how they'll go about the test in the online platform. So we had our mock duties as well. So we are also seeing the plus minuses of it and checking out with the system.
Okay, thank you very much for your suggestions.
My pleasure, sir. Yeah, thank you, organizers, once again.
Okay, thank you very much for great answering from Dr. Sofik Ganguly. So we would like to please to the next keynote speaker, Dr. Albert Karis Bulawat. Hello, sir. Can you hear us? Dr. Albert?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, this is time for you, sir.
Thank you so much. Okay. All right. So good afternoon, everybody. It's afternoon already here in the Philippines. Let me just share my screen for a moment. All right. So we've discussed a lot of topics since the discussion of the first speaker, and indeed, sustainable development is a multifaceted journey, and it really requires understanding of other perspectives, not only in education, but in other areas of the community and the society. And of course, the global perspective of prosperity. And that's the ultimate goal of a sustainable development. All right. Now, my discussion will focus on the teachers' turnover as a challenge to education for sustainable development. I decided to discuss this or to have this topic because this topic is really close to my heart, that I also made a study on this. I also made a research on this. So let me just give you a background of what turnover is. So if you try to look at sources of what turnover is in the internet, in various websites, you would find out studies that would discuss this as an attrition, and other would use this as a turnover. So the difference between turnover and attrition is that turnover is usually perceived as a negative one, meaning the reduction of employees is caused by resignations and not by any natural occurrences. Unlike in attrition, that the reduction of employees happens because of natural occurrences such as death, dissolution of positions, and the like. All right, so for this session, I'll be talking about teachers' turnover, meaning these are teachers leaving the profession or leaving a certain institution or the educational institution and transferring to another career or to another educational institution. So there is a movement from one organization to another. And I see this as a challenge to sustainable development, because we believe that education is one of the most powerful weapons that we could use in order to have a prosperous society. In fact, in the United Nations 2030 agenda, it has come to the fourth place, the fourth place, that education is seen as a powerful tool to promote sustainable development, as well as in the Agenda 21. It was in chapter 36 of the Agenda 21 of the United Nations that they see education as a powerful weapon in order to promote a sustainable society. Now, let me begin my presentation with the quotation saying that teaching is the only profession where novice is expected to do the same as the veteran. We've seen a lot of doctors and engineers and architects undergoing apprenticeship, many years of apprenticeship in order for them to become expert in the field. But in terms of teaching, there's no such a thing as too much apprenticeship. Most teachers would just do their practice teaching for several months, and after that, they are expected to be performing like a veteran one. So there's no really there's no particular time or longer time for us to prepare ourselves to what really comes in when we step out of the battlefield. Now, why do I see education as a powerful tool to sustainable development? What role does education play in sustainable development? First, good quality education is an essential tool for achieving a more sustainable world. The more educated people that we have, the more prosperous our society will be. Meaning, if we have more educated people, we could create more jobs, and with more jobs, there is lesser poverty. All right, and education for sustainable development, or the so-called ESD, promotes the development of knowledge, of skills, of understanding, the values and actions that are required to create a sustainable world. And these can only be taught through formal education, although life lessons are essential, but this is incomparable as compared to the lessons we could learn from schools. And environment, which ensures environmental protection and conservation, promotes social equity, and encourages economic sustainability. We encourage equality and fairness in education, not only in gender, but also in terms of economic status and the like. So we do not see people as rich or poor in terms of education, because whether you are rich or poor, you would receive the same education, and all is entitled to receive the same quality of education. Now, I see teachers as human resources in the educative arena, because these ones are the frontliners in the academe, and human resources play a vital role in any service industry, just like in education. And as a social institution, I'm talking about education, which is tasked to gear up people with knowledge and skills. One of the issues and concerns of all schools nowadays should be how to recruit and retain. I'm talking of recruiting and retaining, because it's not enough to just recruit and then not let them stay, but rather we recruit and then there should be retainment or retention of teachers in the academe. How can we recruit and retain qualified teachers in order to promote quality education, seeing education as a powerful tool to sustainable development? Now, what is the context of turnover? I'm talking of turnover, I'm not talking about attrition. When we talk about turnover in the Philippines, usually it happens when a certain teacher from a private institution moves to a public institution or educational institution, mostly because of the benefits. We all know that the benefits that the government is providing to all its employees are different from what private employees receive. So in terms of tenure and benefits, salaries, and the like, it is better to be in the public school than in the private school. And there happens a turnover. A lot of teachers in the private school are leaving the private and moving to the public schools. Or some teachers would leave teaching entirely or totally, meaning these are teachers who are transferring to another career. For instance, a teacher moving to, let's say, a marketing industry or a sales industry, something like that. So they are leaving the academy behind, and this causes more schools to be to a need of recruit and retain more teachers. And with the competition in terms of salary and benefits, it has also become a challenge for small schools to to provide these benefits that teachers are actually looking for when they get hired. So the reality is a lot of teachers are still battling for fairness, for equality, for salary, and for everything, for the rights and privileges that they should be receiving, being seen as one of the noblest professions in the world. Okay, now the question here is, do we need more teachers? With the many and uncountable teacher education institutions around the world, do we still need more teachers? Yes, according to the UNESCO Institute for Statistics, we need more. We need to have 68.8 million teachers worldwide, all right? And this should augment the need for the scarcity of teachers until 2030. All right, so we need 24.4 million primary school teachers and 44.4 million secondary school teachers. Now you would be asking, and now you may be saying that a lot of people are taking education as their courses, as their bachelor's degree in the university. How come that we need more teachers? Not all these graduates of teacher education programs are actually teaching, all right? So some of these are in the other fields and not in the academe. Now turnover, why does it matter? Does it really matter, or is it really a concern? I mean, with the needs and priorities given to us by Dr. Fidelis a while ago, does turnover really matter? Yes, because turnover of teachers, or teachers turnover, causes a reduction in terms of quality of education. This promotes more absentees, because when students feel that they are having, when their teachers change after a while, or every year they have new teachers, or they meet new teachers, the tendency is there is no rapport between them and educators, and there would always be an adjustment, the need to adjust. And with turnover, the tendency here is we need to capacitate new teachers in order to be veterans, or in order to be equipped with the skills and knowledge or pedagogical skills that they need to have in order to promote quality education. And with lower quality of teachers, we could have lower quality of education with lower test scores. And turnover also affects the improvement of the students' behavior. Now, reasons why teachers quit. This is actually my topic. The emphasis of my topic is on the reasons why teachers quit. So why do teachers quit? Let me provide you some reasons based on my own research, all right? So the first one is teachers quit because of lack of self-fulfillment. A lot of teachers do not feel satisfied with their job. Although we say that, yes, teaching is one of the noblest profession, it is a vocation, it is a call, but surprisingly, a lot of teachers never feel being satisfied or fulfilled. So there is this, longing for self-fulfillment in terms of professional career of a teacher. For whatsoever reasons, this really exists. Now, the second one is not receiving equal recognition, the societal status of teachers. We look up to doctors, we look up to engineers, and the way we see teachers nowadays has been deteriorating over the period of time. In the past, we see teachers as as the noblest profession or something like that. But nowadays, it has declined, and we see teachers now as ordinary people. So recognition isn't actually there. Or some teachers are not actually recognized in their institution or in their academy, despite the efforts that they are giving, that they are exerting for the organization. Surprisingly, they don't feel being recognized. There is a high level of stress, especially when the COVID-19 overruled the world. Stress really heightened to the maximum level. The teachers have compromised their own families over the call of their profession. So the stress of balancing which one to prioritize, my own life, my safety, or my students' education. So there is really a high level of stress. The workloads, all right, with the pandemic that we're experiencing nowadays, teachers are bombarded with a lot of workloads, because with the reduction of students in a classroom, there exists a lot of more sections that each school should be catering. So with more sections, that means more preparations and more teaching loads for teachers to have, and then limited career advancement opportunities. Although in the academe, we could have two options here. It's either we go to leadership, to administration, or we continue teaching. But still, the opportunities or the career advancement opportunities in the field, in the academe, in the teaching profession, is really limited. Unlike in other professions that despite being in the lower rank, you still could get a good salary. You will be paid. You will be compensated fairly. But in the teaching, not unless you become an administrator or with higher rank in the teaching position, you will not be fairly compensated. And then, or you might say that you are fairly compensated, but there is this one thing of higher salary, which you can only get when you get to that particular position. And then personal and professional growth. So a lot of teachers are leaving the academe for personal or professional growth. Some do not feel growing in the academe, or let's say their growth, their professional growth and personal growth are actually being restricted to a certain number of trainings, or some administrators would not dare to send this teacher to a particular training because he or she does not like these teachers. So there are restrictions, and sometimes and these restrictions could actually let teachers decide leaving their profession. Another one is the company policy, the policy that we have in the academy, the policy of the institution. It is nice to have some administrators here, and I'm calling to all of you that it's high time to revisit your policy, whether this remains teacher-friendly, student-friendly, or administrator-friendly. There should be a balance of policies, meaning if you look at your students' rights and welfares as the primary concern of the institution, you should also be looking at the concern and welfare of your teachers. They should be seen equally and treated equally. If you provide child protection policy, there should be teachers protection policy to have fairness and equality. The next one is poor leadership. Okay, so there are leaders who just become leaders because of nepotism or sometimes because of papers, documents, but they do not actually know how to lead, meaning they lack theoretical knowledge or practical knowledge of how to lead people. So poor leadership may cause a toxic working environment for teachers, leading them to leave the profession. And then poor working conditions, meaning the environment, the working climate is actually toxic or tiring, or very poor, or at least teachers can feel being at home, being welcome, being loved, being valued in their working conditions. There is low compensation. Salary has always been a problem. That's why a lot of teachers in the Philippines are moving to other countries in order to move to greener pasture, to get a good salary, or at least enough for them to feed their family. Because in the Philippines, the context here is when you get married, you don't just feed your own family, but you also feed, you have extended families to feed. So a very small salary will not compensate the expenses that you should be having or that you should be addressing. And then job security, some leave an institution when there is no job security, meaning there is no security of tenure, or after retirement, the teacher will not get anything from the company. So with these reasons, teachers would really leave the company and move to other career or to other organization. And then unhealthy interpersonal relations, the relationships between and among teachers, the relationship between the teachers and the students, the teacher and the administrators. When the relationship in an organization is really chaotic and with students being unruly, with administrators being difficult to deal with, teachers would feel being stressed, more stressed, which leads to a decision of leaving their profession or the institution and move to another profession or career or institution. Now, what are the ways to retain teachers in the academy? I have here some practical tips on how we could retain teachers in the academy. I'm very particular with the school administrators that you may or may not adopt this depending on the context and the need, or depending on the applicability of what I'll be giving you. But this is what I recommended when I did my research on this particular topic. So how can we let teachers stay? The first one is to enhance teachers' sense of achievement. School heads may highlight teachers' strengths by delegating them tasks where they can work well and do better. I'm pertaining to teachers not having the feeling of a sense of fulfillment or achievement. So in order for them to give them this sense of fulfillment and achievement, we should look at their strengths and delegate tasks suited to their strengths, that they can do this task better, and with that you can tap their shoulder for a job well done, and with that they would feel that sense of fulfillment and achievement. All right. And then the school heads may devise a performance rubric to use in evaluating teachers' performance and do recognition rights quarterly for performing teachers. And pertaining to teachers who don't feel being recognized in an institution or in a company or in a school. So one way of making them feel recognized is to evaluate their performance fairly, not on the basis of who is my favorite or not. The point here is there should be a fair rubric that could really assess or evaluate their performance, and you should have, or you may consider having recognition rights for teachers to be recognized. So they would feel that they are being recognized and valued by the institution. All right, next, to determine what causes and to lessen the stress of teachers, you may, as school administrators or other teachers, may conduct an applied research. It could be an applied research or an action research, identifying the causes of stress of teachers. So by knowing the root cause of the stress of teachers, we could actually devise on how we could lessen their
sorry,
stress.
sir. Hello, Dr. Albert. Sorry, sir, to
Yes.
interrupt you. I
Okay.
just remind that you have 1 minute left. 1 minute left. And I inform to the participant, please unmute your microphone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, please.
All right. So thank you, sir. Okay, so let me continue. So this one is for teachers who feel like they are being actually bombarded with a lot of works of workload. So it's better to have, to avoid overlapping of responsibilities. School heads or school administrators may lessen paperwork by hiring more administrative officers and clerks to teachers, so teachers can focus on teaching only. So only relevant reports which greatly demand teachers' involvement should be given for teachers to accomplish. I'm very particular with this one because a lot of teachers are complaining with the number of workloads that are given to them doing tasks that are not actually a part of their job description. But yes, if the schools may and the schools have the capacity to do this, they may hire more professionals, more people to do administrative tasks or clerical tasks. So teachers will be focusing on teaching alone. All right. So someone is writing on the presentation. I don't know who's that. Anyway, the next one is school heads and supervisors may ensure transparency and honesty in promotion. So this is for those people or teachers who feel like they are provided with very limited career advancement opportunities. So there should be an honest and transparent promotion. So whoever is qualified for the promotion should be included in the pool of applicants who will be competing for the particular position. All right. Next, to further capacitate the teachers, the school heads may continue providing teachers with opportunities to grow professionally, such as seminars and trainings like this one. All right. That's why we thank you, Indonesia, for providing us with these avenues to be meeting people and learn from their own experiences and share our own experiences with them. Because with this one, we grow professionally and personally. So we should be avoiding unnecessary and recurring training. All right. Next, the school heads may involve teachers in the formulation of school policies. This is for those teachers who have problem with company policies or school policies. Some teachers have difficulty adjusting with the policies of the school, basically because they don't understand how come these administrators come up with this particular policy. So for teachers to understand how and why the administrators came up with this particular policy, they should be included in the policy formulation, all right? And then always discuss in a round table the issues and concerns so as to get more suggestions to fix them, all right? We have the saying, more heads is better than one. So if we include teachers, perhaps they could have more suggestions and more sides, more perspectives on a particular thing, which could help the organization to formulate a very efficient and effective policy. Next, school heads should support teachers in their undertakings by giving them constant reminders and guidance and shall not restrict them from advancing themselves. We've met a lot of administrators not letting a particular teacher.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sorry, sir. I just remind that you have passed more than 20 minutes.
Yeah. Let me wrap up my presentation, sir. All right. Okay. To wrap up my presentation. Okay, so I'm giving you my presentation, but these are just some tips. But the point of my presentation is this: teachers, we all know that all of us here are teachers. There's still hope for you in this profession. So my message is that do not leave the academe, do not leave the teaching profession, because in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Society or the global perspective on sustainable development, teachers are really needed and demanded in this particular journey. So there's still hope for you in this profession. Do not leave the academy. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Albert. Thank you very much for yours. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, are you done?
Yeah, I stopped sharing my
Okay.
presentation.
Okay.
Mr.
Thank you
Albert,
very much for
your video, maybe, Mr. Albert.
Yeah, Albert.
Want to your face. Yeah.
Okay.
Albert, yeah.
Okay.
Many participants want to see your face.
Oh, I'm Dr. Albert. Hello, Indonesia.
Yeah,
hello.
Hello, Indonesia.
Hello.
Continue.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we would like to please to the next keynote speaker. This is Dr. P. Padmini, MA, MP.
No.
Hello.
Ya, sudah,
No,
halas.
Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Okay, Prof. Ravinder. Prof. Ravinder, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Hello, sir. Dr. Professor Ravinder. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay. This is your chance, sir, to present your ideas. Time is yours.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Selamat pagi, terima kasih. It is indeed a great honor and a privilege for me to be part of this international webinar. And I must thank Dr. Muthu Moina for inviting me, and also thank the organizers of this conference, the Economic Expert Association of West Sulawesi, and also the University of Mandar or Mandan. So thank you for that opportunity to share some of my views and my insights with the August gathering, different corners of the world that encompasses people from Philippines and people from Egypt, Pakistan, India, South Africa, and many other countries in the world. So it's indeed a great privilege again for me, and thank you for once again for inviting me for this important conference. Well, the conference organizers chose a very pertinent topic, building institution for sustainable development, the economy, education, research, and practice. I mean, that is obviously, it's a wonderful topic. It's very timely during this COVID-19 situation that most of our economies are probably went back 50% on what we had before. But under these circumstances, building the institution for sustainable development, that is absolutely a very useful, very timely topic that the organizers have chosen. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just would like to share some of my views. I'll try to cover up probably a few points about COVID, and I also talk about Indonesia, Indonesian economy, education system, and maybe sustainable issues and so on. And because of interest of time, I need to stick only to those points indeed. So I would like to state that we all know the COVID-19 started probably close to 10 months ago at Wuhan province of China. As of today, the infection rates are climbing up. We got about 39 million people got infected across the globe, and 1.1 million people died of this virus. And countries like USA has got more than 8 million people, whereas India has got more than 7 million people infected by the virus. Brazil got more than 5 million people. And country like South Africa, where I am sitting here, we are getting close to 700,000 people got infected. And the death rate, obviously, it's about 18,500 people died in South Africa. When we look at the Indonesian side, probably the infection rates are pretty low, probably less than 300,000 people got infected, and about 12,300 people or so died. And probably provinces like Java, West Java, East Java, and Jakarta, and those are some of the hotspots of Indonesian side. So this is probably about the COVID situation. And still, people are taking lighter and easier. They are not taking that serious about the COVID, although 1.1 million people died within few months' time in front of our eyes. That's what is happening. But still, probably people are not that serious about the disease. So I request, every one of us that we need to practice those golden principles given by WHO, World Health Organization, and the respective governments across the globe, washing the hands frequently and also using sanitizers and probably maintaining social distancing about 1.5 to 2 meters and wearing the masks and stuff like that. So I always carry this mask. And so these are some of the personal protective equipments, and we need to protect ourselves and also protect our fellow human beings. So that is in our hand. So therefore, when you are protecting somebody, that means you are equal to Allah yourself. You are equal to God yourself. So that is the beauty of being a human and being a human being. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we all have got the ability to do something good for our nations, for our people, for our society, for the globe in general. So, these are the few remarks that the COVID-19 is not going to run away from us. Maybe in the coming few months or maybe a year time or so, it may stay with us at least in 1 to 2 years time. So we should be very careful. And I wanted to see you again in person. One of the days, probably when situation gets better, I wanted to see in person. So please just protect yourself and protect your families and societies wherever you stay. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I also would like to touch upon the global economy is also experiencing a lot of turbulences for the past 10 months. And as per the IMF statistics a few days ago, that we got the global economy contracted probably 5.2%. That is absolutely, even during the Great Economic Depression, we didn't have that kind of phenomena, but we already, and countries like Indian economy contracted about 24%. And there are many countries in the world, they contracted their economy by 50%. So that is absolutely a very scary phenomenon and absolutely difficult phenomenon. So this is what is happening. Can you mute yourself, ladies and gentlemen, please?
Okay.
Except the speaker, Nasir, can you just mute everyone except me?
Unmute your.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think please allow me to speak. Yes. So my point of concern here is that we're looking at the global economy also facing a number of challenges. The global businesses also contracted. The food businesses also lost millions and millions of people across the globe lost their jobs. And the food industry, which contribute more than $5 trillion to the global economy, is having tough time and tough challenges. And tourism industry, I don't need to tell you, the tourism industry also got severe crisis. And maybe the airline industries also have severe crisis. So small businesses on one side and the large scale businesses on the other side, every one of us, we are got equally affected by this virus or by this pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, so these are a few remarks about the virus situation and the global economy, how the global economy has been totally affected for the past more than 70 years down the line. After a great economic depression, we never ever suffered as much as we did at this point of time. So that is about global economy. Now coming to Indonesian side. Well, Indonesia, as I was speaking a few days ago, on 29th of September in one of the gatherings organized by Indonesia, that I was sharing some of my experiences. I was there in Indonesia about 3 years ago, May 2017. I visited Jakarta, I visited Cikarang, I visited Bandung, and so on. Well, I'm fascinated by the culture, by the friendly people, and by the topography, probably the system, and the cultural aspects of Indonesia, where it can still, though it is the largest country, the largest Islamic country in the whole world, and the fourth largest country in terms of the population. Indonesia, we got about 270 million people living in the country, which has got over 17,000 islands. That's surprising, actually. There are not too many countries, they have 17,000 islands, but Indonesia is one of the countries, they got 17,000 islands, and it has got more than plus minus 700 languages, ladies and gentlemen. That is absolutely a fascinating story. And whereas it has got over 300 ethnic groups. So they live in harmony without having much turbulences like what we experience in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iran, Iraq, and some parts of India and elsewhere, or Syria. So that is the beauty of Indonesia. They live in unity, although they are in diverse in terms of their languages, in terms of their ethnic groups and the cultures and so on. There are probably predominantly about 86–87% of the population are Muslims. And so that's what I said, it's the largest Muslim populated country in the whole world. And second is Pakistan, I think about 220, 230 million people. So, and there are Hindus, plus minus about 2% of Hindus and about 11% Christians, but they still live in harmony, although there are some Confucius people. They live, Confucianism was also one of the oldest religions in the world. They also live there in harmony. So that's the beauty. I'm also surprised, ladies and gentlemen, that when I was visiting the country, to notice, to see the beauty where Lord Rama and Lord Krishna, Lord Ganesha, and Mahabharata, like Yudhishthira, Bhima, Nakula, Sahadeva, all those people, wherever we go, there are schools that are set up. There are also hotels that are set up with those names. So that's really a big surprise for us in the rest of the world, ladies and gentlemen. That's what the religion is all about. We respect everyone. We respect the fellow human beings. We respect all other religious faiths. So that is the beauty of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, I also would like to acknowledge that Indonesia has got probably only country from Asian continent which is part of OPEC countries, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. It is one of the largest producers of probably oil and natural gas, and which brings a lot of income for the Indonesian economy. And they're producing millions of barrels per annum in terms of natural gas and probably the petroleum products. So that is yet another important feature. Indonesia also got a lot of other minerals, a lot of other maybe gold. It has got nickel, agricultural products, and it also got probably timber and spices. Probably Indonesian rice, Thailand rice is also famous in the whole world. Even in Africa, probably in the rest of India and other countries in the world, they still consume Indonesian rice. And so that is agriculturally, Indonesia is also sound enough. And when we look at the background of Indonesia, well, Indonesia got independence on 17th of August 1945. That is probably just before 2 years when India got independence. India got independence only around 15th of August 1947. So remember that although Indonesia became a republic and it is officially recognized after 5 years, but nonetheless, it got independence from the Dutch people. It was also under the colony of the Japanese. That is why, when I was visiting Indonesia, probably they may be joking themselves that we wish Britishers must rule us, so we could have improved our English language better than what we are speaking now. But because we were also colonized by Japanese, that is why we are not that good in English. So that is the kind of probably sentiment that maybe somebody will say from Indonesian side. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, it's not the language, it's not the richness, it's not the prosperity or the beauty, but how good you are, how beautiful heart you have, and how best you can able to help the other human beings. You don't need to be handsome, but you all have hands to help somebody, to give the hands and to support somebody. So that is what hands, you help somebody. So then when we look at the Indonesian economy, it's also one of the biggest economies in the world, which has got more than $1 trillion economy. And in terms of that is in terms of probably nominal GDP. But in terms of if you look at the purchasing power parity, we got about $3.7 trillion economy, which is also one of the 15th largest economy in the whole world. That is something big, actually. And if you look at the per capita income of Indonesia, it's about 4,200 plus minus 4,300 US dollars. That is the per capita income that we have. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the poverty levels, Indonesia worked very hard ever since its independence from 1945 onwards. For the past close to 78 and maybe 75, 78 years down the line, that Indonesia has done extremely well in terms of the poverty statistics. In terms of the poverty statistics. Please, gentlemen, please try to mute yourself. Please mute yourself, gentlemen.
Hello, participant.
Please mute everyone. Nasir, can you hear me? Please try to mute everyone except me, okay? Yes, I was telling you that Indonesia has got probably a fascinating history where out of 270 million people living today on Indonesian land, but they used to have 60% of the people, they live in poverty and destitute, probably about 50, 60 years ago. But now they could able to bring down the poverty levels 15%, probably a couple of years ago, now 10%. That is the beauty. I mean, that's economically they progressed. So if you look at the the amount of money that they spend for education is unfortunately is very low, ladies and gentlemen. Indonesia spent 0.01% or less than 1% of the total GDP on education sector or science and technology. So that's where Indonesia has to focus more. And probably at least 4 to 5%. There are countries they spend 8% of the total amount of their budgetary resources. Even some of the countries like Namibia, South Africa, they spend about 24, 25% of the total budgetary resources on education sector. But when it comes to education investment or educational expenditure in Indonesia, it is relatively low. So 1% or less than 1% is absolutely insignificant. And therefore, we need to focus more on the science and technology education. And we also look at the magnitude of the people that become students, actually. The number of students in the country is close to 50 million people. Out of 270 million, 50 million people, that is also a fascinating figure. Indonesia is the fourth largest country in terms of the student population, in terms of educationally developed country, ladies and gentlemen, just after China, India, America, and Indonesia. So we must be proud of that probably fascinating feature as well. We got more than 50 million people there and more than 3 million people working as teachers in different capacities. We also should remember that there are over 300,000 schools in the whole country. And that is also important aspect. And probably about primary schools, we got 170,000 primary schools and about 40,000 junior schools and probably plus minus about 26,000 higher secondary schools. And about 125, 22, 25 somewhere universities in the country, more than 3,000 colleges in the country. So that is basically educational structure looks like, and education is also being placed, an important place by the government, President Joko Widodo, and other ministerial members are also working hard to improve the quality and the standards. I would like to mention one important point here. We all know that to destroy somebody, to destroy a nation, we need to use some kind of atomic bombs or missiles, or maybe some kind of arms and munitions that can probably destroy or kill the people and destroy the infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not important actually. The important thing is that if you lower the quality of your education, that means you are destroying yourself. So meaning that if you could able to probably allow the students in an easy way that you give the medical degrees or engineering degrees or lawyer degrees or probably business administration degrees or education degrees and maybe health degrees or nursing degrees, what is going to happen actually? It is going to happen that the doctor who studied with a low level of education, he cannot save the patient's life. He will destroy them. And he doesn't know how to do the operation. He doesn't know how to save the life of the people. He trusts a lot about the medical doctors, but when it is a poorly competent or inefficient, incompetent person, cannot save the life of the human being. Ladies and gentlemen. Now, with the lower level of education, where the engineer who comes with a low quality of qualification, low experience, and low dexterity, low skill, then he cannot able to design a building, or he cannot design a bridge. And if at all he designs, he constructs, that building is not going to be sustainable, it will collapse. So therefore, even the religious leaders, ladies and gentlemen, a religious leader, if he doesn't have the morals and ethics and the value system, he's also going to teach all probably naughty things and probably unacceptable things, and that things that will be dangerous to the society, societal structures, and the societal sustainable development, ladies and gentlemen. And all the mosques and temples and churches also will have the same kind of problems if we do not train the religious leaders, ladies and gentlemen. If we do not train the lawyers and judges, they cannot able to protect our legal system. And so the law, without justice, there is no peace. So we need to maintain the justice in order to maintain the peace in our country. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, you don't need to be, using like Hiroshima and Nagasaki was bombed by Americans during World War II, and Fat Man and also Little Boy killed hundreds and thousands of people. And so I'm saying that if we lower the levels of education, the quality and the standards of education, then we're destroying your human beings. There's always a saying, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to share with you that if you would like to plan just for 1 year, grow the rice, like the way that Indonesia is growing the rice, you grow the rice. If you plan for 10 years, grow the plants. If you wanted to plan for 100 years, you educate the people. So that is probably Confucianism or Chinese philosophy and the philosophy of the whole world nowadays, that we need to practice, and what we preach, we need to implement, we need to also use certain values and ethics and morals in our lives to maintain the standards. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I also would like to state a few things. So I was telling you that Indonesia has got, it was over 60% poverty. It can bring it down to less than 10%. That is the beauty. And in terms of the unemployment, although you got 270 million people, out of which the unemployment rate is less than 6%. And in a country where I'm sitting here in South Africa, we got probably more than 30% unemployment rate. So when you have 6% unemployment rate, we got 30%. You can imagine the situation. We are probably not even 60 million people, ladies and gentlemen. We are much lower than 60 million people.
Dr. Rafinder. Hello, sir. Sorry for interrupt you. Hello.
Are you talking to me now, sir?
Yes. Sorry to interrupt you. I just reminded your time that you have spent. Yeah, you have spent more than 20 minutes, sir.
All right, no problem.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think in the interest of time, ladies and gentlemen, so these are some of the fascinating facts I would like to share with you, that we just believe in education. Education is the only weapon that can be used by a common man to climb the ladders. Education is the only weapon where if somebody uses it sincerely, effectively, and efficiently, a farmer child can become a president of a nation. A scavenger child can become a manager of a company. And probably a peon or a cleaner child can become a medical doctor. So with that few words, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all the best, all the Indonesians. And I also try to advise that Indonesia needs to focus on the science and technology education, engineering education, and innovation and entrepreneurship education in the near future to make more sustainable development, to make more institutional development. So then we also need to focus more on the practical research. It is not the theoretical research the publications that we produce normally should not be in a substandard journals. We need to produce in the high quality impact factor journals, which are maintained by Elsevier, Taylor and Francis, and Willey and Blackwell and Willey, Sage, that kind of journals, or Scopus indexed, Web of Science indexed journals, which are really competitive in nature. So the research and the practice. Otherwise, you either you publish or you perish. So with those few things, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank once again the conference organizers for providing me this opportunity, and also would like to thank my colleague and a friend, Dr. Mutmaina, and also other fellow colleagues across the globe. Thank you, Warandal, and Khuda Hafiz, and have a blessed evening. Thank you.
My pleasure, Prof. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much to Prof. Ravinder, Dr. Ravinder, who has shared their ideas to us and joining with us. Okay, well, we would like to please to the next presenter, Dr. Ronnie Figueiredo. Hello, sir. Dr. Ronnie, can you hear us?
Okay.
Hello.
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah, now can you hear me?
Okay. Your turn, sir, to present your papers. Time is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, I'd like to say many thanks for the organizer of this event and say congratulations for this experience. It's an amazing experience. Second of all, I'd like to say congratulations for Dr. Ravinder Rana for this amazing presentation. Very good presentation. Congratulations, Dr. Ravinder Rana. And my intention here is to introduce the SPIN innovation model. I'm a Professor Ronnie Figueiredo. I'm from School of Business and Social Science in Portugal, Lisbon. And I'm the curator of the SPIN innovation model. And today I introduce just in a little 20 minutes what is the SPIN innovation model and how can the SPIN innovation model can be used in the SMEs, small and medium enterprise, in different sectors, in different segments. So it's a new proposal designed by me. I ask you if I can share my presentations with some models. Just 1 minute, please. I'll share my screen. Okay. Can you see my screen with my presentation?
Yes, Prof. Yes,
okay,
Prof.
Thank you for the feedback. As I said, I'm Professor Ronnie Figueiredo. I'm working in European University in Portugal and Lisbon. I'm a director of the Center for Service Innovation. It's a special kind of lab inside the European the School of Business and Social Science, when you design some kinds of different approach in terms of innovation for the marketing, for the government, and for the industry. And I'm the chairman of the SPIN Innovation Center based on the SPIN Innovation model that I was creating 5 years ago. So let's keep my curriculum. That's not important today. The important is talking about the SPIN Innovation model. This is the focus in terms of the presentation. Here I brought for you a little bit information in terms of the European Commission. What is the European Commission in Portugal exactly in the Europe are thinking about in terms of innovation applied exactly for a small and medium enterprise. So just introducing, I will read exactly some key words, not exactly all the tests. But according to the European Commission, small and medium enterprise represents 90% in terms of all business in European Union. That's the first highlights. The second, the definition of SME is important, of course, to understand the contribution for the developed economy around the world. The way to follow the SME's performance is implement a Small and Business Act. So this is the second key word in terms of the support coming from the European Commission and especially in the Portugal government. Small and Business Act, SBA, it's a name of the different kind of fundings provided by the government in terms of European Commission. So we have another one named Horizon 2020 and another one. So we have a different kind of funding that are coming from the government and coming from the European Commission. So the SPIN model was developed to contribute, of course, for the European Commission in terms of the SMEs, small and medium enterprises, working with the growing and the performance, with the perspective of firms, Okay, I will explain the next steps, what is exactly firm is. Firm is as a promoter of the relationship between the enterprise to create, of course, new knowledge, transfer of knowledge, and try to make innovation happen, and contribute, of course, for the economic development, and especially some kind of sector that Spinner focus. In terms of innovation, innovation can be perceived as the different approach, but in terms of Spinner innovation model, innovation is perceived as the result of the knowledge creation, knowledge transfer with the interaction of the private and the public knowledge, delivering, of course, solutions based on knowledge intensity, with three outcomes in terms of knowledge intensive solutions. First, in professional, without technology, technology only technology in terms of approach, and the last one, cultural intelligence or cultural solution. It's based on the values, it's based on the organizational behavior. But sometimes we can combine the three options. We can have knowledge intensive solutions provided using a professional, technological, and cultural intelligence or approach. In terms of the behaviors or the principles based on the Spinner, creating the culture or the behavior to work with the dimensions and the variables on the model, have three main options. We have the speed, of course, or the organizational agility. It's the main keyword in terms of the behavior approach. The ideas in terms of agility is the time for you to take the decision, considering the competitors on the market. The second options in terms of behavior, you have the mindset. The mindset is exactly the way your business are thinking. It's a kind of the way your business model are doing or working at this moment in the present, following the missions in terms of the tools. And the mindset is the other approach and another way to looking for the future and thinking, what is my new business or my new model in terms of the business that I consider, or what is my new mindset, the new way to think I'd like to have in the short few years. Suppose you can consider a new mindset looking for the vision in terms of the strategic management approach. So you can consider 2 years, 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, depending on your strategy, depending on your reason in terms of the business that you consider for develop your strategy for the future. In the current economic scenario, the challenge is to convert efforts rapidly in order to improve innovation system through the creation and transfer knowledge and active the necessary competitive advantage, of course, for the internalization of their service. So the idea in this introduction in terms of paragraph, the last paragraph is, after some enterprise receiving a knowledge intensive solution provided in co-creation process between firms and between SMEs to support economic development in terms of competitions, creating more value, develop the value chain for the business. The idea is, with the second step, after you try or after you consider your knowledge process in terms of creation and transfer result in innovation, if you validate that you create or you design or you promote the innovation, you can move for the second step and try to introduce your innovations in a new different markets around the world. So that's the second step in terms of the internalization process. So first, I need to try to make the innovation happen, because it's not a simple way to do it. It's not a simple situation. Innovation is not simple to prepare. It's not a simple to do. It's very, very difficult. Depend different kinds of variables, and these variables, of course, change the country, for business, and so on and so on. So it's so important to be in mind that you need all different kind of tools for you create knowledge. You have a different kind of tools for you knowledge transfer in your business, and you have, of course, as the result, you can make the innovation happen in different kind of enterprise or sectors. But be in mind, it's all the time, it's impossible, because the main principles in terms of the Spinner innovation model and the experience using the Spinner innovation model is exactly that. The Spinner consider the main factor for innovation happen in terms of the business is culture. Okay, so you need to look for the values in terms of the business. You need to look for the culture in terms of the business. You can consider if your business have a culture for engaging all the employees in terms of a new process for creating knowledge, transfer knowledge, and of course, try to make the innovation happen in your business. So it's not a simple way. Example, you wake up today and you invite some colleagues at the business and decide, oh, now today, let's make innovation happen because you need to have an innovation for next week. It's not a simple process. That, oh, I have an idea, you transform my idea in innovation. It's not a simple process. So you need to looking for the market, you need to ideation your idea, you need to start in terms of prototype solutions, you need to test, you need to validate. Then you need to try to insert, go to marketing, and of course you need to prove that your innovations in terms of product or end service will be more competitive in terms of competitors on the market. That's the idea for you must create value, or if you are low or looking and work exactly with the product, you need to add some value in your product. But if you are working with the service, it's more difficult because service is an intangible approach. It's different to perceive, not in terms of only service, but you need to work with the value add service as a VAS principle, okay? VAS, value add service. Okay, so now I'd like to introduce exactly the model that I designed and I'm using the test in different markets, the different enterprises in Brazil, in Portugal. This is the both principal markets that I'm working with the Spin Innovation model, but now I decide to move for the other countries to use the Spin Innovation model. Just one curious in the one information, Spin Innovation model, it's a free in the open source model, so anyone can use the Spin Innovation model. So if you'd like to use it in your country, in your region, in your business, in your university, whatever, you can ask me. I will have a pleasure to introduce you how can you use exactly the Spin Innovation model, because the time today is so short and I'm making the overview. So looking for this picture, you have some dimensions, variables, and the principles that support the Spin Innovation model in terms of the practice. First of all, we have in the center, we have three main keywords. We have firms, we have SMEs, and we have SMEs, and we have a sector. Firms is exactly a special enterprise that have a strong knowledge intensity, specific strong knowledge intensity that can help you in terms of the needs, or can help you as an enterprise in terms of the gap that you don't have a specific knowledge for you support or for you develop a new innovation. So we can invite some kind of firms to help you in this co-creation process. And then we have, of course, the relationship with the SMEs, with the sector that you need to looking for the sectors and analyze the competitor and try to identify the needs, the opportunities, and the trends that you can apply the innovation as a resource or as a main approach. And then you need, of course, to combine the knowledge, internal knowledge with external knowledge. So the idea is internal knowledge, you can mean exactly a private knowledge. In terms of external knowledge, I mean exactly the public knowledge. So sometimes you don't have all the resources inside the business for you develop your innovation, for you create a new process, for you create a new knowledge, for you transfer knowledge, and so on, so on. So that's so important to looking for the markets and identify how can you complement, how can you add the gap that you have in terms of the new knowledge for you develop innovation. So that's the idea, to invite some partners to work with you in your model, in your project. As example, imagine you are a small and medium enterprise based on technology sector or a segment, and you need to develop some kind of specific skills, and you have exactly this knowledge inside your business. So we can invite your university, research labs, or research centers at the university that can engineer courses or management courses on the other one, can support you in terms of technology or techniques to co-creation process to try innovation happen. If this relationship have a good fit, of course, you have a promise in terms of contribution for the economic sector. But it's not a simple model, okay? You have different kind of variables that you can control around exactly this situation when we are working with the Spin Innovation model. So continue with the explanation in terms of the Spin. After you decide in terms of firm that you provide you with in co-creation process with new knowledge intensive solutions, we need looking for the market in terms of new knowledge and looking for your business in terms of the knowledge that already exists. It's so important to start using the another three dimensions. So we have a knowledge creation as the main dimension in terms of the process. We have a knowledge transfer as the second step in terms of the dimension in the process. You have the last one, innovation, as the consequence if you made, of course, the knowledge creation and the knowledge transfers in your organization. Then you can forget that to do these exact dimensions, be connected as a circle or as a looping, you need to have 3 exemplary principles or values based to support in terms of behavior dynamics. First of all, have a dialect. Agile, as I introduced to you, is the time we have to take the decision, because when they are working in some kind of sectors, imagine a technology sectors as example, you need to be very, very fast, very quickly in terms of the decisions, in terms of the market analysis, because the competitors are very, very strong. In terms of mindset, you need to be in mind that it's so important to change the way your business are working, to change the way the people that work in your business are thinking, they change the way our leadership are working. So we need to change everything in terms of structure and the behavior and the process and the indicators and so on, for you try to make the innovation happen in your business, okay? And of course, if you have time very quick in terms of decision, if you change the mindset in terms of the business, people, process, and so on, you can have organizational transformation as a result. And of course, that you have innovation as a kind of solution. But it's not all the solution. It's a kind of one solution, okay? Here, to be more clear, exactly firms in terms of the main dimension promoted interaction with the knowledge-intensive service sector, as I introduced to you. SMEs create a new knowledge transfer innovation as a result to be more competitiveness on the market. And the last one, number 3, is exactly the sector that interact with the private knowledge, with the public knowledge inside the business and knowledge outside the business. That's the idea, okay? Okay, here I dedicate more time to explain what is the main definitions in terms of firms. Firm is exactly a profit business, usually formed as a partnership that provide a professional and so on and so on. But the main information that I need to share with you in terms of the firms is exactly that. In this case, in Spin Innovation Model based on knowledge intensive business service, or KIBS. KIBS is a specific line on the innovation. You have a different line, we have a triple helix. We have the relation between university and the markets or enterprise, and we have a KIBS. We have a different open model innovations. But in this case, the Spin Innovation Model is based on the knowledge intensive business service, exactly KIBS. So firms is, in this case, is exactly firms that have a strong knowledge to support different kind of process in terms of innovation. In the next slides, I will present for you a list of kind of KIBS. In terms of SMEs, I already introduced in the beginning of the presentation. In terms of exactly my country in Portugal, SMEs have a strong contribution in terms of economic development. And the second options in terms of strong contribution for our PIB, is exactly the family business or family enterprise. But sometimes you can consider part of the said family enterprise as SMEs, okay? But in general, to conclude exactly number 2, SMEs have a strong support in terms of the investment coming from the Portugal government, of course, for developing a market, because they have the most and the bigger contribution for the economics. And exactly in terms of the sector, based on the history, based on the theory, you have in Portugal 3 main sectors that you can focus your research studies. Primary sector, example, agriculture, as my colleague, Professor Dr. Ravinder Arena explained very, very, very well in his presentation. We have agriculture, forestry, and the others kind of sector in terms of business for you analyze. Oh, sorry, something to open here. Okay, we will have, oh, sorry. Oh my God, sorry. Here. We have a secondary sector in terms of industry, when we have a transformation raw material in the final product, and they have another one, tertiary, when you have a good service for you commercialize, for you share, for you sell on the market. So this is a three different introductions in terms of the sector. But looking for exactly this slide here, we have some information that add in terms of Spin Innovation Model. So first, you will have on my left, you have a sector, you have a list provided by the European Commission in terms of what kind of sectors you can focus your studies, or you have what kind of sectors you can apply in Spin Innovation Model to try innovation happen. We have a list starting with the aeronautical industry and finish with the fashion and the creative industry. Okay, of course, you can understand and you know that some kind of this sector will be more competitive than the others. Example, space sectors or space industry will be at the moment the most competitive sectors around the world for different reasons. That's not important to share now because I don't have that time. But space industry at the moment in terms of technology, innovation approach will be more the competitive sectors around the world. These exactly tables are providing the middle of the presentation. This slide are providing coming from the European Commission for you analyze if you are working exactly with a small and medium enterprise. So we can look for 3 indicators: company category, staff headcount, turnover, or balance sheet. For you analyze if you are working with a medium, small, and a micro enterprise. In the last one, in terms of the dimensions, firms that are already introduced to you, exactly provided coming from KIPS, knowledge-intensive specific or knowledge-intensive business service. We have some examples. So you can consider firms in terms of scientists, firms in terms of engineers enterprises or lawyers enterprise.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry to interrupt you. You have one more time, 1 minute left.
Yes.
1 minute left,
Okay.
your time, sir. Yes.
Okay, I will conclude. Thank you for the feedback.
Yes.
And thank you. And the firms to finish exactly these slides, you have a list if you'd like to consult on the NACE. NACE is a specific public organ on the France that consider around the world in terms of the KIPS, knowledge-intensive business firms that provide knowledge-intensive solution. We have a different sections. So as example, I brought for you NACE Division 7.2, exactly in the computer and the related activities. We have subsections in terms of the hardware, software, data processing, data activity, and so on and so on. So the idea here is looking for the 3 main information based on the screening. First of all, you need to identify the sector. Suppose example, space industry. Then you need to identify what kind of enterprise in terms of size, medium, small, or the micro size you are trying to make innovation happen. And then you need to look for what kind of knowledge intensive solutions we will provide. Will be based on the professional, technological, or cultural intelligence. And then you need to identify on the list in terms of the reference of NACE, what kind of service or products you are providing as example, suppose hardware consultants, and so on and so on. So I think based on my timing, I can stop here and I will conclude exactly the 3 dimensions based on the spin innovation model and how can you start to use the spin innovation model. Thank you very much for all the audience. I will stop now my presentation and I bring back for the conference.
Okay, thank you very much for your spare time. Thank you very much for your sharing ideas. Well, we would like to continue to the next keynote speaker or presenter. We please Dr. Dr. Lulaj Enkelada. Hello, Dr. Lulaj. Can you hear us? Dr. Lulaj?
Belum gabung.
Can you hear us?
Not yet. She is not
Enkelada.
yet.
Lulaj Enkelada.
She is not entering.
We move to the next.
Yeah. Allow me.
Before we continue, thank you, Sabrine from Paris. Thank you for joining with us. Yeah, there is participant from Paris.
Okay, while we are waiting Lulaj and Kelada, maybe we move to the next keynote speaker. Okay, is it right?
Okay.
Associate Professor Dr. Sharif Muhammad Ismail, BSc, MSc, MBA, PhD. Hello, Prof. Dr. Sharif Muhammad.
Salat Jumat.
Salat Jumat.
Egypt itu salat Jumat.
Bisa saya.
Saya mau dulu. Mana harus panggil?
Welcome, Dr. Andi Asrifan.
Not allow
Welcome.
him.
Thank you.
Me first.
Thank you so much.
From you.
Is this my turn?
No.
So what? Should be waiting.
After Sciences Friar, maybe.
Ya, boleh,
Okay,
boleh. Kasih.
Okay, Miss Dr. Andi Asrifan. Okay, be please.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, oh yes, thank you.
I'm so sorry for delayed because just now I arrived from my office in Universitas Muhammad Serapan, and just now I reached my home, and then directly you know that almost sunset fire Maghrib in the center of time zone in Sulawesi. So thank you so much for Rector of Universitas Al Sharia Mandar for your invitation, for the faculty and staff, especially for my sister Dr. Mutmainna, and all of the keynote speaker who has the chance to share their knowledge and their expertise for the globe today. And thank you for Mr. Acho Nasir for your very nice moderator today.
Also, Mr. Gala.
This is
Welcome, Mr. Gala.
this is the third. This is the
Yeah. you. Asrifan, you. Hello, can you wait?
This is the third. This is the third time I'm in Universitas Al Sharia Mandar virtually sharing. I will share. This is a part of my dissertation a couple years ago about need analysis, where how to design a course material that's suitable based on our student multiple intelligence. We do not just choice based on our expectation, but we have to consider our student needs and our student intelligence. There is no people poor or not clear, not clever. I mean, but all the people who are born in this world are clever. But so as a teacher, we have to consider and then design the material based on their multiple intelligence. This is just getting the started, where especially in English as a student or the learner, you know that in Indonesia we have several phases of education, starting from the kindergarten for 1 to 2 years, and then move to the elementary school for 6 years, and then next to the junior high school for 3 years, and the senior high school for 3 years, and then continue to the higher education, in this case undergraduate for 4 years, and then master degree for 2 years, and then PhD for 4 years normally. And English is English become a problem in some student and institution, especially in Indonesia, who apply English as a foreign language. You know that English as a foreign language is quite different with English as a second language, where English as a foreign language, there is no regulation from the government that every institution or a student must study English in their school or institution, but it's based on their needs. They want to learn English or not, based on their they want to work or find any job. They should study English. It's quite different with English as a second language, where every school or institution must apply or include English in their curriculum. So that's why English uh, uh, come some problem as a learner, where sometimes they as a learner of English, they think that did you ever feel the content of the course didn't match your expectation, and then did you consider some content of activity where or little use or interest for you, and then where you ever ask about what you need English for. And those feature I mean us just several problem from many problem that sometimes we found in our classroom. Sometimes we found our student interest to choose in behind decks because they bore they bore and unmotivated to join our class, and then they play with their friends and so on. And then the problem also comes in this COVID-19 pandemic, COVID-19, where some of our student and teacher and lecturer very difficult to find a good or to reach a good stable connection and a good device. That's why as a teacher we have to think deeply to design the material that can reach their or our objective of the learning in every semester. Okay, let's see. This is the objective of education, the four P's of education, starting from our education 1.0, where we now that a teacher center, and then education 2.0, we know that is the learner receptacle of knowledge, and in education 3.0, there's the teacher as the facilitator, and then in education 4.0, that's quite different with the other page, where the learner as the connector, the learner as a creator, and the learner as a constructivist. The learner also as a teacher, and the learner also they're very easy to access with expert, and then the learner and we are as a teacher just a resource guide, and learner is easy to connect and open access to information, and the learner as a connector maker, and also the learner as a content producer and a sharer. This is the reality that should be considered in designing the material or technique or approach or strategy in teaching. Okay, I just skip this one and focus what we will cover today. I will show you the simple way in a guideline for designing effective teaching, and then we will discuss about the 8 multiple intelligence and some useful ICT tool in education. I think some of expert or keynote speaker here, and then I think my brother Muhammad Galal Muhammad will show you there are many platform that very useful to enrich our classroom in education, I think. And then the way of teaching based on multiple intelligence need analysis, and hopefully the time will be the time uh, uh, still have, and we will discuss some practical example of need analysis. Okay, let's come to the verse here. Some guideline, the simple guideline for design effective teaching material, where there are some consideration and guidelines, especially in English, where in designing of effective teaching material based on some expert here, David Noonan, Richard, Jackson Richard, and uh, uh, water and style many. So I conclude that here's some consideration. The first consideration about the learner, where the learner we should analyze their need analysis. In this case, the target needs and the learning needs. What for they learning English, and then what the best way to make the interest and motivate in learning English. And we have to consider the knowledge about the learner. In this case, this is the highlighted that we are going to discuss for the next slide. The knowledge of the learner. We will touch about the intelligent the egg intelligence for the every student has, and their experience, first language, level of literacy, aspiration, interest, and purpose. And the next one is the curriculum and the context. Here, the value to be taught, goal, objective, and the resources and the facilities. Here, the teacher must be realistic. Access to a resource will impact on decision in material design, personal confidence and competence, knowledge, experience, attitude, and how to use the guideline correctly. And then copyright on compiling here, the restriction, implementation, awareness, and the time here, sharing material, working in team, and organizing the material. Here we designed that where based on garner multiple intelligence, we have eight kind of intelligence. That's every human has. Where the first one is the picture smart. The picture smart here is the visual or spatial intelligence. We can observe or analyze that, or point that the student who has this picture smart who has the picture smart, they like to draw, to do jigsaw, to read map and a picture. And then someone, our student who has the body smart or bodily intelligence, they like to do the movement, touching, making, and to do someone that can train their physical or body. And then someone who has the musical smart, or the music smart, or musical intelligence, they will like to compose, to sing a song, love music, or they will love to study if they listen to the music like that. And then the people smart here, or interpersonal intelligence, someone who like to make the interactions, or a working group. And then someone who have a self-smart or intrapersonal intelligence, they will love or like to do the self-reflection, their work based on their own interest and goal. And then someone who has linguistic intelligence or word smart, they will love or like to write, for example, poetry, story, word game, listening to someone or everything, to write the diary, word game and word. And then the last one here, the logical mathematical intelligence or the number is smart. Here, someone who like or love to thinking conceptually, reasoning, calculating pattern and relationship, number and logic. And the last here, the naturalist intelligent or the nature smart. Here, someone who like to recognize and classify someone, and then experience nature world. I just skip this one. I think the egg intelligence I have show in the previous slide, and then the next one here, there's some useful ICT tool in education. There are 100 or 1,000 platforms that very easy to find in the Google or search engine. That is free, and someone should be paid or purchased. Before we use them, we have to classify based on our need analysis, where in classify we have some platform that can lead us or help us in progress and monitoring the data management. That's we have Edulastic, Master Connect, and then Teacher Ease, and so on. And then we have some platform that can help us or apply in video conferencing and communicating to like this one, Zoom or a Skype or a Jamboard, ClassDojo, and so on. And then also some platform that can help us in homework management and online learning management system like Edmodo, Clever, Google Classroom or Schoology. And someone also can help us in content or specific tool. Here, the full target of teaching that can help us to classify the platform in online learning. The first here, the didactic or being taught. In this being taught, we have online class like LinkedIn Learning, Coursera, Future Learn, Udemy, edX, and so on. And then we also have doing in this case engaging in activity where we have content production, not taking blogging, and also collaboration, file sharing, productivity, and mind mapping. In this course or interacting with other, we have email, we have blogging, we have also chat and web meeting, we have also collaboration and networking and community. And the last one here, this discovery or find out oneself, where we can use this one to enrich our material and lead our student in podcast and flyer, web resource, ebook and book abstract, search engine, browser, and so on. Sorry, can I pause because the azan is calling?
Yeah. Yes.
Sorry. Sorry for a second.
While waiting azan, I just remind Dr. Andi Asrifan that you have 2 minutes left.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for your kind waiting for my presentation for 2 minutes left. Okay, this is just a simple where in our device, iPad, iPhone, and Android. Maybe every day we use that, but this one is unconscious that every platform that we use, it can sharp our it can sharpen our intelligence. For example, in interpersonal, we have iBook, we have mobile RSS, and so on. And then in interpersonal, we have Skype, Facebook, Google Plus. In visual spatial, we have Google Earth, we have Pinterest, we have Sketch, and so on. And then in musical, we can use like a singing feature, Animoto, and another application. And in linguistic, we have Audible, we have, yeah, sometimes we use Pages, Book Creator, but that's unconsciously those applications can sharpen our intelligence. And the last is here, the logical and mathematical. We have also a number gears, Tanzan, Colbert, and others. Okay, the last one here, this is some just the simple way of teaching. In this case, a teaching activity, teaching material, and instructional strategy, where in every meeting, I think every intelligence can apply in our classroom. For example, in linguistic intelligence, the teaching activity, we can use lecturer discussion, word games, storytelling, choral reading, and journal writing. In teaching material, how we touch the linguistic intelligence, we can prepare student book, tape recorder type, write a stem set book on tape, and how to deliver the instructional strategy, to touch our student linguistic intelligence. We can instruct them to read, for example, the novel, the newspaper, and then to write down based on their understanding or to make the conclusion. And then we can instruct them to tell or to retell about their understanding in the front of the class. And then the audience, we can instruct them to listen based on the student who deliver the talk in the front of the class. I think that's enough for this presentation today. That's very nice to meet you all. Thank you so much. Nasru minallah wa fatul qarib wa bashir mu'minin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Andi Asripan, for spare time to share your ideas with us. And maybe we invite to the next keynote speaker. What about Dr. Lulaj and Kaleda? Can you hear us? Dr. Lulaj and Kaleda? Are
Not
you
yet.
yes now? Not yet.
No. We need to Galal.
We please another. Muhammad Galal. Okay, maybe we please another keynote speaker.
Acho, Mr. Muhammad Galal is in the Zoom. Allow him.
Zoom, okay. Hello, Sir Muhammad Galal, Dr. Muhammad Galal.
Hello, my brother. Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, sir, for joining this event.
You are so welcome. Thanks a lot for having me today.
Okay. We please you to fill the spare time because while we are waiting another, maybe you can take a part to share your ideas.
Okay, thanks a lot. So it's my time to present my presentation right now?
Yes, your time. Yes.
Okay.
You.
Okay, my brother. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for organizing this amazing international conference. And of course, I'd like to thank Dr. Andy, Dr. Mutmainna, and all of the keynote speakers for today for their informative and wonderful presentations. And I totally agree with Dr. Andy when he was explaining about using technology and the new modern technological tools that nowadays we can say we can find it all of these tools have a great impact in education. Today, inshallah, I'm gonna talk about one of these technological tools. It's about using gamification in education, how we can make our classrooms full of fun, enjoyment, and at the same time our students are learning and we are as teachers achieving our goals in the classroom. So let me share my presentation. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Muhammad Galal. Actually, I am from Egypt, but I live and work in Qatar as a teacher of English language, Ministry of Education and Higher Education. I am a high studies researcher, MIE expert, master trainer from Microsoft. I have been selected for Global Teacher Award winner 2019 and in the same year, Teacher of the Year in Qatar 2019 by AKS. And recently, I have been selected for Microsoft Education Exchange in Australia. Today, inshallah, as I have just mentioned, as I am a Minecraft Global Mentor, today I'm going to talk about using gamification in education. And one of the best examples of using this kind of technology is using Minecraft Education Edition. Here we can find that Minecraft can be used before, during, after, and after COVID-19 time. So this kind of technology will help you more to improve the quality of teaching learning process in your organization. Here we have our main points for this presentation. The first one is about gamification in education. What we mean by that, and why is important nowadays to use this kind of technology in our classroom. Then we will move to Minecraft Education Edition. What is it? And after that, we are moving to ways of using Minecraft in the classroom. Last but not least, we have benefits of using Minecraft. The concept of gamification of learning is an educational approach that can help us to motivate our students to learn by using video games to design elements in the learning environments. We can say this kind of technology in another way. It's like the process of transforming typical academic components into gaming themes. And of course, theming your classroom in a game requires choosing a theme and referring to everything in your classroom with gaming terms. Why we should start using this kind of technology in our classrooms, or why gamification is important nowadays? As you see now, no stress. Our students are just playing, enjoying, learning, and at the same time, they are learning and studying new vocab, new skills, improving their skills with dealing with technology, or even learning coding integrated with English language. Here we have also fun. The gamification of learning can help you to create exciting educational and entertaining content. Moving on, we can say, if we have to define the single most important aim of learning, we must surely say that it's to instill new knowledge into your learners. And as we know that the more you engage your students, the more they will gain information and develop their skills. This kind of technology provides opportunity to see the real world and enhances the learning experience, and of course provides in some way competitions for students to motivate their learning. What does it mean? Here we know that many people are motivated just by competition. So this kind of technology provides opportunities for competition for our students, maybe national or international competitions. Here we are moving to the concept of Minecraft. What is Minecraft Education Edition, and how can we make use of this kind of technology in our classrooms? We can say that motivation is considered to be one of the most essential parts of teaching learning process. So we have to think of new modern teaching strategies and methods that can help us not only making our students engaged and more involved, but enjoying the classroom or the topic we are providing, so that we can change the way we teach to our students. And here I can say that recently, and according to research by the National Center of STEM Elementary Education, this one shows that a negative interest in science begins in elementary schools, where about 33% of girls and boys in the 4th grade express their negative attitudes. And by the end of grade 8, almost 50% of them express negative attitudes. So we have to start using 21st century instruction techniques to improve and help our students to be more motivated in education. And as we know that all schools are closed in most of countries around the world, and all of them, or let me say most of them, are turning to remote learning to keep their students engaged. Here we have this kind of technology to be like one of the best tools to keep your students engaged, even they are staying at home. Well, Minecraft Education Edition, this one is a new version of the open world game Minecraft, especially designed for education. This one, it's an independent computer game and virtual world environment that has maybe more 100 million nowadays using this kind of technology. Minecraft, it's just like a game where you are trying to use the basics of coding to dig and build different kinds of 3D blocks, explore and create your own world. Why we should use Minecraft in education? The first important thing is that Minecraft is a free and easy access game. The second one, which I consider one of the most important, is about creativity and developing 21st century skills like creativity, problem solving, collaboration, and research. And from this point, it takes us to the last one, which about differentiation. Here you can start designing the content according to your students' level. So here you are trying to provide different opportunities to all of your students. Well, here we have ways to use Minecraft in the classroom. The first one is about making the history come alive. Here there are many already created structures that you can import and start using directly without any efforts in your classroom. For example, like the Global Theatre in London, or if you want to start creating your own interesting places, so you have this opportunity to start with your students designing your own places and exploring all of them. The second one, it will be about practice, ratio, and mathematics skills. Here, this kind of gaming allows your students to build whatever they want, so you can make use of this opportunity to make them create models when you need a practice unit about measurement or anything. Also, this one, as I have just mentioned, it helps us to improve the skills like creativity and the problem solving. So this one learns about survival mode. You can here visualize the concept of survival for your students by having them play this kind or this mode, which asks them to take into account resources as they build and expand their own world. If you are teaching a language, English language or Arabic language, so this kind of technology will help you more in visualizing your content to be like a story or to be like a film or a movie, providing your students with tasks to solve or to deal with during their playing. Here we are moving to some examples of using Minecraft in different subjects. Number one, about science. Here, if you want to use this kind of technology in science classes, so whether you are creating a 3D tour of the human heart or measuring anything, Minecraft can be used to teach specific ideas easily. Math. Children can learn about the structures, shapes, and angles by building their first-hand shapes or creatures. Then about English language or any subject that related to content like reading or long content, for example, story or something like that. So Minecraft here will help you to visualize your content to be like a story and make it easy for your students to learn and achieve your goals. History. This one, students can participate in recreated simulations of famous places or famous events to engage and discover, for example, the ancient civilizations and history brought to life in just one, like a virtual reality. Geography, here we have different examples of using it in geography, technology, and business and economics. Actually, we have more and more examples of how we can use this kind of technology in our classrooms. Well, here we are going to summarize the most important benefits of using Minecraft in education or in our classrooms. The first one, as I have mentioned, it helps us to improve our students' skills. And of course, it will be like that because it's easy and free game. I'm sorry. Then it helps us to inspire confidence and exploration for our students. Here we have 21st century skills, increasing creativity, problem solving, dealing with technology, and also teamwork and collaboration. This kind of technology can help you more as a parent, that you can start playing it with your students, with your children, to encourage them, and at the same time you are improving their skills at home. It teaches resources management. It also helps to develop geometry skills with your students. Community engagement, and this one is age-appropriate content, so that you can use this game or design your game according to your students' level. Here, if you want to learn more and more about Minecraft Education Edition, you can start joining this course on Microsoft Educator Center, and this one is a free platform by Microsoft in which you can find a lot of courses and learning paths that will help you more to start using technology, especially from Microsoft, in teaching learning process. And here we have Minecraft Education Edition Teacher Academy. This one will help you more to start your journey with Microsoft Minecraft Education Edition, and it will help you more and teach you more how to use this kind of technology in your classroom. By the end of this course, you will get your certificate from Microsoft, and you will be a Minecraft certified educator. That will help you and open a door to you to use all the features of Minecraft Education Edition. Here we have also my the official website of Minecraft, education.minecraft.net. You can start from class resources, and you will find a lot of already created lessons, and as I have mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, a lot of design materials for your subject. You can start by your subject to have a look and to learn more how you can start using this game or technology in your classroom with your students. This, as I have mentioned, you can find for language arts, science, history, and different subjects, so that you can make use of these free resources with your students, inshallah. Here we can say that this is my account on Minecraft Education Edition. Feel free to contact me and start working together, developing our students in international way. We can start collaborating and working on international project in different countries, inshallah, during this time or even after COVID-19. Finally, I'd like to say that some teachers may find dealing with technology may be very difficult, or it's not easy for them. Yes, sometimes you can find that, especially at the beginning of your time when you deal with technology, but always remember that you should never stop learning, because whether you are 20 or 80, it doesn't matter. The only one who keeps learning stays young. And of course, the greatest thing in your life is to keep your mind young, as Mr. Henry Ford told us before. Here, finally, if you find yourself saying, I cannot right now, or I can't use technology, just add this word "yet" and start your journey with technology. And of course, nowadays you can find a lot of free resources, webinars, seminars, international conferences about technology. All of these tools will help you more to improve your skills in dealing with technology. And do not forget that using technology is not a goal. Using technology is just a tool that can help us to achieve our goal. You shouldn't consider using technology for show, or for just saying I am using technology with my students. No, it's not. This is, let me say, the wrong conception about the wrong concept about using technology in our classroom. Finally, I'd like to thank you, all of you, again for giving me this opportunity to be with you today. Finally, it was a long time since last time I have been with you, so I feel very happy to be here with you today. Thanks a lot for having me and giving me this wonderful chance. Thanks a lot. And these all are my my social accounts. Feel free to contact and follow me anytime. Thanks a lot. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir, for your time to share your ideas, share your presentations. So now maybe we can we invite another speaker. We invite Dr. Lulach. Hello, can you listen us? Can you hear us? Are you with us now, Dr. Lulach?
No.
Not yet. We invite another. Associate Professor Dr. Sharif Muhammad. Can you hear us?
Prof. Sharif.
Prof. Sharif.
On the way back home from Jumat prayer.
Oh yeah.
Okay, on the way, Prof. Sharif.
We have three. Okay. One. One, two, three, four. We have four more keynote speakers that haven't present their papers. Can you contact another speaker, Ms. Maina?
I have.
Can you contact another?
Contact. Always, but still have some of the problem. to joining us. Do you wanna waiting them or allow me to presentation?
Prof. Sherif, can you tell them
It's you. I think it is better we invite you if we are waiting another.
I will kill you, Joe. Okay. Thank you. Really, you allow me, Joe, to presenting my PPT right now. This is my time.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, let me to share my screen before I'm opening my speak today to you with you. Wait. Okay. Wait. Wait me, I have problem maybe on my device right now. Okay. Oh no. Okay, can you see?
Yes.
Acho?
Yeah.
Wait.
Yes, we can see your PPT.
Wait. My device, maybe I have problem. Wait me. Wait. Oh, no. I have problem. Wait. This is my Zoom not responding, Acho. I don't know. I have problem. Wait. Yep. Okay. Can you see? I'm sorry. This is a little bit of problem of my device. So I will start my presentation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good evening from Indonesia, and then good afternoon to all of the participants from another country all around the world who attending this international conference webinar. I want to say thank you to my rector and all of the committee for having me today in this great event. My name is Dr. Mutmainah. You can call me Nina, and this is my identity. Feel free to cite my publication there on Scopus, Sinta, ORCID, and then in the Google Scholar or my ResearchGate. Today, I want to share to you the topic about teaching and learning amid COVID-19 using social media in the classroom. Well, as you know that we are during the COVID-19, all of our activity when we are practice, namely physical distancing and social distancing, and this is influenced in our education. In education sector, not only we are transformation our classroom, our physical classroom from face-to-face into the virtual classroom. I cover into five issues here. The first one about productivity, education transformation, the social media hear about our productivity. We are educator right now. We must be adapted the information communication technology culture, and this is actually not only happening in Indonesia, but this is happening all around the world. And then it must be when we are adapt with this condition, with this a new culture, a new habit, we need to be redesign our curriculum based on the condition today. Some of the country right now, they are remote their learning and teaching process by using the platform or blended teaching or a hybrid. And the next one about our education transformation right now. This is divided into some of the term, remote teaching, virtual classroom, and distant education. This is the same. And then what about the social media? Right now, when we are transformation our education, we use some of the platform, not only the application of the platform like Zoom or Google Meet or Microsoft, but some of the educators use a social media to integrate their classroom to be more fun and enjoyable. Why? Why social media? Why we use the social media? Because humans are a social, we are a social, and the web is a social. And then a human want to be connected and to express themselves. And that's why how to right now the mindset of using the social media as the resources for learning or for teaching. And then the people like to be vibrant communities and with the socially. And the next, because we are talking, our topic today, we are talking about the economy. And in higher education, in education sector, this is actually a good opportunity right now because the higher of education or our education sector will be becoming a business. Social media as an indispensable tool we can be used to engage with the customer. The customer in our education, this is the student, how to engage many more or the number of the student increase to enter or to join in our university, for example. And the last one about digital era. We are in the digital era right now, the global digital. So we must be aware about the condition, the society right now, the society right now, we are delivering by using the internet. And then what about the industrial revolution 4.0? We need to be how to facilitate our student, our alumni, or our teacher to achieve a namely 21st century. And the last one about the pedagogy evolution. We are in the pedagogy, we are combined with the technology in our learning and teaching process. And then this is need to be how to present our classroom into the namely a student-centered learning approach. And the menu today, I will cover into three, the emerging millennial and Gen Z trend for the
What's going on?
Any problem?
Yep.
Hello, Dr. Mutmainah. Any problem?
No voice.
Something wrong?
I will phone.
I think she has left because she is not here in the participants.
Hello, Dr. Mutmainah. Can you hear us?
Lanjut narasumber berikutnya saja.
I think link has been disconnected.
Yes.
Somebody may call on him on her mobile number and talk to directly to relink him.
Sudah bulan. Lanjut saya narasumber selanjutnya Pak Cok.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, we invite another speaker, keynote speakers. What about Dr. Lulaj and Kelada? Can you hear us? Dr. Lulaj, are you with us now? We invite Professor Dr. Sharif. Are you with us? Dr. Sharif? Which
Abdul Karim maybe?
Abdul Karim is there?
Yeah.
Are you with us, Mr. Karim, Dr. Karim? Muhammad Abdul Karim? This, where is it?
Nothing.
Hello,
Not
hello,
here.
hello,
Yeah.
hello, my brother.
Yeah, hello.
I have just called her. She is going to join again, inshallah. Just
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
a few
Oh, yeah.
minutes.
So we're waiting, yeah? Dr. Mutmainah will join with us.
Yeah, just a few minutes. She will join us again.
Okay.
Well,
There is trouble with the PC. Yeah, to hold the personal computer of Dr. Mutmainah. There is trouble. So we're waiting for a few minutes later, yeah? Mr. Raja, beside Mr. Abdul Karim, Prof. Sharif maybe? Prof. Sharif?
Dr. Muhammad Karim.
Yeah.
Hello, Dr. Muhammad Karim. Are you with us now?
There is no. What about in Kelda?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Who? Lulaj and Keleda. Not yet also.
Yeah.
We have two more keynote speakers that haven't presented their paper.
three keynote speakers, yeah, he's still not joined with us, yeah, Mr. Raja.
Disertasi saya.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Dekan Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan. Bapak, terima kasih Bapak. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Dr. Haji Kamarudin Tone, masih senantiasa bergabung bersama kami. Thank you for join with us. Walaupun ini sudah pukul 6:45 ya. Terima kasih. Thank you for Ibu Fatima, SSI. Thank you for all of participants who still join with us until tonight, yeah.
Yes, so much welcome.
Semangat.
Yeah.
There's a trouble with Mr. Mutmainna computers.
Yes,
It's
isn't there?
so it's, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Actually, we also waiting for 3 keynote speaker, but I see that they still not join with us. Mr. Professor Serif, and Keda, and also Abdul Karim, yeah. Thank you from India, Pakistan, Paris.
Atau buka saja pertanyaan.
Ya.
Kalau ada pertanyaan, bisa
There is
jawab.
you want to ask some question to all keynote speaker? Maybe you can raise your hand. Raise your hand. Or you can write your question in chat box in your PC. There are participants. If you want to ask some question, you can raise your hand, or also you can write your question in box, a chat box, yeah, in your PC. Hello, Dr. Manoj Kumar. Thank you for joining with us. Mr. Tapesh Gupta. Oh my God, thank you.
Welcome.
You join with
Always
us.
welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much. Dr. Halafod, thank you. Terima kasih masih bergabung bersama kami. Dr. Rajiv, what I will.
Tutup.
Yeah.
Tutup.
By the way, Mr. Tapesh Gupta, where are you from?
Tutup nih, Bu.
Ya. Kelihatan namanya. Siapa namanya nih?
Any technical problem? The session is freeze. Hello.
This is Dr. Mutmainah. Yeah, welcome back, Dr. Mutmainah. Pardon, Dr. Muhammad.
Yeah. Just
Want to say something?
it is stop.
Please?
Any technical problem? It is freeze the conference.
Oh yeah. Sorry, because there is any trouble. Yeah, welcome back, Dr. Mutmainah. We'll continue your presentation tonight, yeah?
Okay.
Let me say, what slide right now? Wait, let me share again my screen. I'm really sorry about this condition, my device. This is about my device. This is, can you see?
Yes.
Actually, I have, yeah. Actually, I have problem with my device right now, so I will make a simple my presentation. Let me share again.
For slide, maybe, ma'am.
This is this one.
No.
No. Okay, I continue. This is the challenge is highlighted through COVID-19 right now. I cover into five the highlight condition. The first one about the productivity, because you know that when we are during the COVID-19, we are transformation our daily activity, our productivity, and then we are lost our physical classroom, our physical interaction, and we practice namely physical distancing and social distancing, and then in education sector, we must be adapt with the new habit, the new culture about how to integrate the technology or ICT culture, information communication technology culture. And then this condition cause us to redesign again, to redesign our curriculum. We are use technology, some of the platform, and then we remote our learning and teaching, maybe by a hybrid or a blended teaching. And the next one in education, the education transformation right now, we are familiar with some of the term, like you can see here about the remote teaching, a virtual classroom, a distant education, cybergogy, and mobile gogi. Cybergogy, this is one of the theory that I always use because this is the theory about how to combine or integrate it between integrated technology in the classroom, and then this is the mixing or combine between the pedagogy and the technology. As you know that in education, this is the holistic process, not only about how to transfer knowledge, but this is about the methodology of or the way of your teaching, or this is namely a pedagogy. Now, what is your pedagogy, philosophy, or your education philosophy? Maybe only about the transfer knowledge, but actually in education, not only about that. And then the next one about the mobile gogi. The mobile gogi, this is covered with the namely device, the device and the mobile. How to right now we are mobile, our student, and then this is make support about the device. I mean here the smartphone or the laptop, and then. This is the big challenge in our country, in Indonesia, because Indonesia is one of the developing country, and then mostly the Indonesia student, they are living in the rural area, there is no internet connection. And the next one about the social media. Why I choose my topic today? Because this is based on the phenomena that happening right now about the using some of the social media cannot be used as a tools, as application in our learning and teaching process. You know that we are a human, we are a social, the web is a social, then just human, we are human, want to connect it and to express ourselves. And then the people like to be in community and interact as socially. And then when we are practice physical distancing and social distancing, all of our community handled by namely the social media like WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram or Twitter, and many more. And the next one, this is the highlight topic today about the economy. Why economy in education? How to connect it? Because right now in education, we are in the business. This is the condition during the COVID-19, actually, this is the golden condition to us how to promote and how to use a social media to engage, namely a customer. The customer in education or in higher education, this is how to engage a student to enter in our university, for example. And the last one about the digital era. We are in the digital era, in the digital, the global digital globally. And we must be understanding about our condition today. Our society right now, our daily activity, we are handled by namely the internet. Not only that, about the Industry Revolution 4.0, we need to be how to provide our students to have a namely 21st century skill. And the last one about the pedagogy evolution. In the pedagogy evolution right now, we must be apply namely a student-centered learning approach. And and then today I will cover our menu today. I will cover my topic into three, the highlight topic, emerging millennial and generation Z trend for next education. How is a social media used in the classroom, being used in the classroom, and then what is actually the Merdeka Belajar freedom to learn. This is based on the policy of Indonesia leading sector, the Ministry of Education and Culture, and the Ministry of Religious and Affairs or MORA. And this is about the emerging millennial and generation Gen Z trend for next education. Let's have a look. You know, our student, they have characteristic or they are style, they are generation or Gen Z, and they are used as a YouTube or a social media mostly in their daily activity. Not only that, in learning, they can be used and interact with by using the social media. And this is the emerging millennial and generation Z trend for the next education. We must identify what is our student learning style, what their need, and the technology. The technology right now. We can see here the condition of our generation right now. We have namely ICT development, globalization, and commercialization in education, the information, communication, and the technology skill, and learning innovation skill, and life and career skill. I mean that here, use the technology in learning and teaching. This is giving some of the experience for our student to use technology for resources and for their life and then for their skill. Why? Because the next future of work and company, this is infused with the technology. And the last one, the social media will be dominant for the next future. And this is the data of the impact of COVID-19 on learning autonomy right now. Actually, this is some of the benefit of the COVID-19. I just choose the highlight, the highlight of the strongly agree, the higher answer here. Can you see here this one about should utilize ICT or information communication technology in education sector. And then this is about the independent search into information by using internet. And this is about the greater need for ICT skill. And then this one again about more aware the role of the internet. And the last one, maybe we are losing the warmth of being together. And this is the learning paradigm shift. I agree with Professor Rap Nawas from Pakistan talking about the paradigm in learning. I divide it into three. This is from the traditional, the 2 last decade, and the present. What is the differentiate between the three here, the three era of the learning or in teaching right now? In the traditional condition, you know, knowledge just only for adoption, and in the next about knowledge is production, and now knowledge is a navigation. And we need to be how to learn, evaluate, and navigate. Navigation, this is integrating, need to be some of the skill of the, improve the student competence in problem solving, communication, or 21st century skill. And this is about the teaching. What about the learning and teaching? Teaching instruction, and then the learning facilitation, and the last one about the mentoring and coaching. And the teacher, in the teacher right now, the teacher is the result of skill and competence required to navigate a source of how. This is for the present. And this is the differentiate about the paradigm of the learning and the teaching. This is based on the Brown theory. And what about right now, how to, when we wanted to design our classroom, this is one of the example from Argentina. They use or they are experiment about the virtual course logic model, and I will be compared with the SAMR model right now. You can see here about the input, the output, and the outcome. And this is for the input. Actually, what we want to invest right now, you know that most of the teacher or educator all around the world, they are want to know how to use and how to teach by using technology or integrated the technology, some of the platform of the application in their virtual classroom, or how to remote their learning and teaching by using some of the application. And then this is the output. We need to be, what is actually our output by using this, for example, a virtual course. Maybe right now, namely LMS, I agree again with the Professor Rap Nawas. And then we can design right now about our online course, and then we have a sense of belonging of virtual course, and we can product the new material. And then the last one about the outcome, this is actually improved knowledge and educator and student becoming familiar with the content, how to the content shared by using the technology or the application in learning and teaching process. And this is about the SMR model. Actually, this model how to use and connect it between the Bloom taxonomy, the activities, the action, and then the right technology or application that we can be used. For example, if you wanted to ask your student to create, for example, and to communication, this is different tools that you can be used in the classroom. And this is the technology interaction. When you wanted to use the technology, I divided into three skills that you want to be apply in the classroom. You must be about your interactional goal, design, thinking, or standard of your student, and developing the technology skill. And in interactional goal right now, we must be designing about the developing the foundation, the technology skill with the 21st century workplace. And then providing our student the opportunity to use the technology, and then incorporation technology by using one of the method or approach in our learning and teaching process, namely a project-based learning. This is related to the design, how to critical thinking. And the last one about developing student technology skill and knowledge. Not only about how to interactional goal by using the technology, actually the use or integrated technology, this is about our mindset. Our mindset right now, how to design the thinking or standard of the student. This is, we need to be understand more, to be having the understand of empathy, they can describe, they can imagine, and they more will be creative. And the last one about the developing technology skill, this is for the teacher. The teacher need to be how to upgrade themselves and must be designing, must mastery and know about the competence and the skill in the pedagogy, how to connect it between the digital pedagogy, the Bloom taxonomy, and then foster project-based learning in learning and teaching process. And the last one, integrating the technology in the classroom. And well, this is actually the condition right now, our challenge. You know that when we are still, this is for example, the childhood, they are making choice, exploring, and they are confident and relationship. This is the skill, and this is spontaneous. Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
And then right now we need to provide our student with this competence about the teamwork and the communication. And this is the global competence about the skill, analytical and critical thinking, knowledge to understand, and aptitude. And then how to use the social media, because the social media, this is gain momentum in online learning. This is the theory of by using the social media as a media in learning and teaching process. And this is the benefit of the use of the social media in the classroom and the disadvantage. The social media, this is encourage a student participation or mean that will be improve a student motivation, fun, and enjoyable. But actually, the social media, this is maybe the way tools and need to be, we need to how to train our teacher, our student to use the technology in learning, in teaching, in daily life, and then for their future. And how is actually the social media being used in the classroom today? For example, Facebook, you can use to post homework, use Instagram. This is example in University of Hawaii apply using namely Instagram to require his student to introduce themselves by using Twitter, share the video, watching the video, Blogspot, and the YouTube. And this is the 25 ways to integrate social media in your lesson plan. Actually, this is more to be how to engage our student, having fun, motivation in learning and teaching process. And the social media as a tool, we know that this is related again about the thing about the possible of social media as a tool you can integrate to engage, and then how you utilize the tools in the classroom. You must know about the value and then about the digital peril. And the last one about the Merdeka Belajar in our right now in the policy of our leading sector, the Ministry of Education and Higher Education. This is maybe for the future condition in the education. Everything will be in the cloud, and will be lost our physical classroom. That's why right now we must be adapt with the condition today about the digital era. And then this is the Indonesia International about the Internet of Things, about the synergical ecosystem by our Kemenristek, about the university. Right now we must be adapt and we must be facilitate our student with the industrial need. And this is the our ministry about the Merdeka Belajar. Actually, when I read some of the newspaper talking about the Merdeka Belajar, actually our ministry wanna apply the curriculum, for example, from Finland. And to supporting the Merdeka Belajar in higher education in Indonesia, we have namely the LMS Merdeka Belajar, namely SPADA. This is from Kemendikbud. And what about, yeah, we need Coursera, we need Futureland, we need EdWeb. This is some of the platform that you can be used to improve yourself or your competence. And then I'm just moving, for example, in my classroom, I always use namely here by using YouTube or a film or watching a movie. Yeah. This is for the last. I divided into 5 pages. Why 5 pages? This is covered with the namely Bloom taxonomy and then integrated the technology or the platform. For example, in the warm up, before watching the movie, you can ask your student to understand about the fact law, because this film talking about the fact law, this is in understanding category or still low thinking skill. And while watching the movie, the students are hoping to remember the film chronology. And the next about the presenting. The student, I ask my student to brainstorming. This is to analyze because I'm teaching English. And then I ask my student to analyze the word, relate the perfect concept, synonym, and the antonym, and then they can use namely a digital dictionary.
Excuse me, ma'am. I just remind that
I asked my students to discuss the film mandate based on the movie that they have watched. This is in the apply category. This is higher of thinking skill. And then the last, the production. I need to be my student to write the composition based on the movie they have watched, and the student will try to create a simple movie. This is a video project, or retelling the video they have watched. This is in the create. And the last one about the evaluation. The evaluation need to be how the student will answer the question based on the materials given. Why I use film? You know, a film, this is a need to how to improve our student character, developing student character or attitude.
Okay, are you done, ma'am?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
This is my student, my class condition by using smartphone.
Okay, can you stop your screen?
Oh, yeah.
Screen.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Thank you very much to all panelists, the keynote speaker that had been has spent time to join with us in these great events. And till now, we are still waiting another 2 more. The keynote speaker, Dr. Lulaj Enkelada and Dr. Associate Professor Dr. Sherif Muhammad Ismail. But till now they haven't joined with us. So what about what we are gonna do?
Yeah.
Should we?
Information also to all participants.
Yeah. Any information from them?
Give me time a little bit to call them.
Information for all participants. You can check the link of Certificate Virtual International Conference in the box chat box. The link of certificate. We will.
Okay. We would like to inform to the all participants for the certificate link. You can see in the chat box. You may click there to fill out your identity, and your certificate will automatically sent to your email.
Mr. Racho, give me time to call Enkelada. I have connected with her right now. Give me time.
Okay. This is the launchers.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Ketua DPW IAEI, Ikatan Ahli Ekonomi Islam Sulawesi Barat, the Chairman of Association of Islamic Economic of Sulawesi Barat, Bapak Dr. Haji Kamarudin Tuan MM, yang telah bergabung mulai siang sampai malam ini. Thank you for joining with us, sir. Yeah, this is it. the Chairman of Association of Islamic Economic Sulawesi Barat, DPW IAI, Bapak Dr. Haji Kamarudin. Terima kasih Bapak. Telah bergabung mulai pagi sampai malam ini. Terima kasih atas waktu yang Bapak berikan. Thank you for your time. And then what about the keynote speaker, Mr. Raja?
They haven't with us
Yeah,
now.
Professor Sherry.
I join.
They have not.
Sudah ada.
Yes, I can reach them.
Yeah.
Okay. Any response from them?
Yep.
Yes.
You can close.
Okay. Okay. Because something maybe there are something wrong with them, something troubled. So I'm so sorry if we have any mistake in this event, and we would like to thank you very much to the all finalists. Thank you also to Rector Al Azhar Mandala University. In this case, Dr. Haja Khudria Sahabudin MSc, and also thank you very much to Dr. Haji Kamarudin MM as a Dean of FKIP FKIP. And also would like to thank you very much to the all organizers. And this is me, Aco Nasir, saying thank you very much for this opportunity.
Foto-foto.
Okay.
Open kamera.
Ibu Rektor, thank you Ibu Rektor. Still join with us. Terima kasih Bunda, thank you.
Terima kasih.
Foto-foto.
Foto.
Take the screenshot.
Pak Bahar foto.
Oke, ada yang foto kah?
Ada.
Nah.
Gallery view.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Kamera itunya ya.
And say thank you also to the all participants who still with us, you know, and also Sapiami. Hello, thank you. Thank you for joining with us. Okay, can we leave
Bushra,
now?
Mbak Bushra, Pak Bushra.
Yeah.
Terima kasih Bapak.
Oke.
Ya, beliau ini yang menjadi penggagas ya adanya international conference pada siang sampai malam hari ini.
I think this is the longest webinar that have ever.
Thank you, Dr.
Longest.
Mohammed.
Start from 2 o'clock to 7 o'clock at the night.
Thank you, Mr. Bahar. Thank you very much. Oh ya, Mr. Raco, jangan lupa untuk sampaikan besok ada seminar nasional.
Oh iya.
Pukul 10. Ya.
Pukul 10. Yeah.
Ya,
We will
jangan
also
lupa
share
besok.
on social media, Facebook, the information. No.
You can also
Never say goodbye.
no.
Thank you, everyone. Alhamdulillah.
Pak Bushra selaku Ketua Program Studi Hukum Ekonomi Syariah di Fakultas Agama Islam Universitas Al Azhar Mandar. Terima kasih. Bapak Aco translate-kan ya apa yang saya ucapkan.
Okay, well.
I will,
Closing.
Okay, we close the program. Just we say we apologize as organizer if we have any mistake in these events. And
jadi kami selaku panitia memohon maaf apabila selama berlangsungnya international konferensi pada siang sampai malam hari ini ada kesalahan. Ya, sekecil apapun itu karena sebenarnya kekurangan itu adalah milik kita dan segala kesempurnaan itu adalah milik
because
Allah
nobody
SWT.
is perfect. Nobody is perfect, so we apologize to you all if we have any mistake.
Oh, Bapak,
Okay,
Bapak.
we please you all to
Thank you
leave
very
the
Thank you,
room.
Dr. Muhammad.
Okay, we please you.
He want to say something.
webinar is excellent. This is the one kind of excellent webinar. We learn more from the participants, also explain the more knowledgeable
you, sir.
information regarding the webinar. So Alhamdulillah,
Yes.
so everybody
Thank you,
enjoy this.
Thank you,
Saya
sir.
say terima kasih. Terima
Thank
kasih.
Terima
Terima
kasih.
kasih. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Manoj Kumar, thank you.
Uh-uh.
Dr. Khalil, so many. Dr. Gulsam, maybe you can ask to open
Unlimited thanks
camera
also
and we
to
will take the picture.
Kaprodi
Open the
Fai,
camera.
Ya.
Open camera and we
Busra
will take the picture.
MAG.
Foto.
Ya, buat teman-teman juga
Oke,
partisipan yang masih ada di event ini, besok ada kegiatan seminar nasional oleh peran lembaga keuangan syariah di tengah ancaman resesi ekonomi di masa pandemi COVID-19. Ini kerjasama antara IAEI atau Ikatan Ahli Ekonomi Islam DPW Sulawesi Barat, Universitas Al-Asyariah Mandar, juga Insan Madani Bandar. Jadi jangan lupa besok pukul 10 ya. Don't forget tomorrow at 10 o'clock ya. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ini boleh lagu mandarnya Pak Bahar diputar. Lagu Bu Rektor Pak Bahar.
Mana foto bersamanya? Katanya mau foto. Panitia.
Halo, Assalamualaikum.
Prof Syarif. Oh no.
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oh my God, Prof.
Fine, Alhamdulillah. I'm sorry, but you know, today is the Friday, so we are busy and quite was Salat al-Jum'ah. So if there is a chance to so if there is a chance to present it today, it will be okay. Otherwise, we can. Yeah, please.
Actually, maybe you can allow Prof. Syarif to presenting. This is only 15 minutes, Prof. Because we have meeting today. Yeah.
No problem. So we can or tomorrow.
Gimana, Cok? Mana, Cok? Hapsa, handle dulu. Allow dulu Prof. Syarif to presenting.
So we can present?
Hapsa?
Yeah, you can.
Jadi kan dulu co-host.
Yes, I still waiting from
15 minutes, Prof. Syarif.
Just yes, that's great. So just to give me chance to share my screen. Sorry.
Time is yours. You can present
Okay.
your yeah.
Great. Just to give me chance to share my screen. It's okay now? No problem.
No.
But I am on time as we made the agreement. Anyway. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Bismillah wa salatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. Sayyidina Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Firstly, thank you so much for this kind invitation to participate with all of you. And this is a very good chance to share with you some thoughts about stressing the assessment of university innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem. Okay. Let's go through our agenda. I will talk about the definition of entrepreneurship. What is an entrepreneur? Why it is important? Is the university an appropriate place to teach entrepreneurship? The last item will be promoting the assessment of university innovation entrepreneurship ecosystem. Firstly, I wanna to introduce for the topic. There is no doubt that universities are important resources or springs of knowledge, part of which contributes towards building and sustaining innovation practice that often lead to entrepreneurial opportunities. Wherever this university knowledge stressing doesn't always translate into high conversion rate of research but turn it into what we call it intellectual property commercialization, which is the first stage of business cycle. Entrepreneurship education at university worldwide means a priority and a big challenge. The idea of infusing entrepreneurship into education has what we call it spread much enthusiasm. In the last few decades, myriad of efforts had been stated to result from this, such as economic growth, job creation, and increase societal resilience, but also individual growth, increase the school engagement, and improve what we call it, improve the quality. Putting this idea into practices has, however, posed a significant challenge alongside the stated positive effects. Lack of time and the resources teach a fear of commercialization, embedding educational structure, assessment difficulties, and lack of definitional clarity are some of the challenges practitioners have encouraged when trying to infuse entrepreneurship to education. Let's go for the definition of entrepreneurship. Actually, entrepreneurship, we find a lot of definitions. So entrepreneurship is the act of creating a business or businesses while building and scaling it to generate a profit. This is from the traditional view, but in the modern entrepreneurship definition is also about transforming the world by solving big problems like bringing out social change or creating an innovative product that challenge that status quo or the current status of how we live our lives on daily basis. But in education, the two most frequent terms used in these fields are enterprise education and entrepreneurship education. The term enterprise education is primarily used in UK and has been defined as focusing more broadly on personal development, mindset, skills, abilities, whereas the term entrepreneurship education has been defined to focus more on the specific context of setting up a venture and becoming a self-employed. In United States, the only term used in is entrepreneurship education. Some researchers use a long-term enterprise and entrepreneurship education. Some mean that students should be encouraged to start up their own company. This leans on a rather narrow definition of entrepreneurship viewed as starting a business. Others mean that it is not about starting a new organization, but that it instead is about making a student more creative, opportunities oriented, proactive, and innovative, adhering to wide definition of entrepreneurship relevant to all walks in life. Actually, we have to distinguish between two distinct types of entrepreneurship. The first type, we call it as small and medium enterprises, entrepreneurship. It is type of business that likely started by one person to serve a local market and grows to be a small and a medium-sized business that serves this local market. Actually focus on addressing local, and the regional market only. Innovation is not necessary to that type, and also growth nor establishment growth nor is competitive advantage. Actually also non-tradable job generally performed locally, such as restaurants, dry cleaners, all these traditional what we call it companies. The second type, what we call it, and I prefer it, and I consider this is the real definition of entrepreneurship, because actually there is a difference between entrepreneurship and business administration. So this type, what we call it, innovation-driven enterprise. It is the risker and the more ambitious of the two. Innovation-driven entrepreneur are aspiring to serve a market that go well beyond the local market. They are looking to sell their offering at a global, or at least what we call it, a regional level. This type focus on global and regional market. Company is based on some sort of innovation, maybe in business process, business model, technology, new technology, and the potential competitive advantage. Tradable job that don't have to be performed locally. Let's go for definition of entrepreneur. Entrepreneur is someone who starts a side hustle that can eventually create a full-time sustainable business with employees. Same with the freelancer. If you your entrepreneur mindset is focused on creating a profitable business, you fit the entrepreneur definition. But the entrepreneur meaning involves much more than being a business or job creator. I once again pay attention with that. It is not only businessman. We talk about more than that. Entrepreneurs are some of the world's most powerful transformers. See Elon Musk, for example, sending people to Mars, Bill Gates and Steve Jobs making computer part of every household entrepreneur. Imagine the world differently. Why we talk about what we call it entrepreneurship? What is the importance of entrepreneurship? Actually, entrepreneurs create jobs. Without entrepreneurs, jobs wouldn't exist. Entrepreneurs take on the risk to employ themselves. Also, entrepreneurs innovate some of the greatest technology in today's society have come from business. Technological advances come out of a need to solve a problem, create efficiencies, or improve the world. Also, entrepreneurs create a change. Entrepreneurs dream big, so naturally some of their ideas will make world-wide change. They might create new product that solves a burning problem or taking on the challenge to explore something never explored before. Also, entrepreneur give to society. While some have this notion of the rich being evil and greedy, they often do more for the greater good than the average person. entrepreneurs add to national income. Entrepreneurs generate new wealth in an economy, new ideas and improved product or services from entrepreneur allow for the growth of new markets and new wealth. The question now is the university a place to teach entrepreneurship? There is no doubt that universities are important resources of knowledge, part of which contributes towards building and sustaining innovative practices that often lead to entrepreneur opportunity. As we mentioned, generally there are three fundamental assumptions that have dominated university higher education. This assumption, number one, what we call it, this assumption rests on the characterization of the entrepreneur, the immediate and the global interpretation of the world. Entrepreneur is one who starts a company. More than that, the word itself conjures image of a superstar who built a business from scratch, who developed the vision, hire the team, create the product, gathers the resources, raises the money, people, the company forward, and ultimately benefit financially. The second assumption in higher education is that an entrepreneurship curriculum must largely revolve around the process of starting and sustaining a new venture. The third assumption that an entrepreneurship line of study or program or curriculum should mirror a business school curriculum. Higher education has adopted an approach to teaching entrepreneurship that is a version of the business school paradigm. The last item I will talk about, what we call it, diagram that shows the university innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem. So it is consists of two inputs unit, what we call it, support and the profit, that will affect innovation and the entrepreneurship ecosystem that will mirror in the impact. So there are over 200 metrics definition to look at for performance indicators that will, in a measurable way, show how entrepreneurship is being driven within the university ecosystem. These metrics are parameters of quantitative assessment aimed to determining whether entrepreneurship is at the core of the university and the variety of resources allocated for it to spread metric element taken for account very equal in quantity as in content. There is a relatively large spectrum as from where these metrics can be assessed. We will talk about the first one, what we call it support. Support, the student community is supported with a variety of resources and services provided by the university. The development of academic service and the program at university, which strengthen the student skill and what we call it sense of commitment to the community, while providing valuable knowledge and vital for innovation and entrepreneurship and institutional support sector. This support encircles most, if not all, of the IE courses, seminar, workshop, and other type of academic support the institution offer to its community to provide knowledge, skills and motivation to encourage entrepreneur success in a variety of setting and the more challenging education experiences that will enable them to develop the insight needed to discover and create entrepreneur ideas. This support we can divide into a subtitle like human capital. Capital is a type of asset that allows a business to produce revenue or otherwise further its goal. And according to entrepreneurs, one of the most important factors of enabling a company growth is human capital. Human capital is the sum total of a person's knowledge and the skills that company can use further its goal. The second item, financial capital. Entrepreneur finance is such as important aspect of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem that is actually a subject of study in most institutions. It is impossible to achieve long-term and short-term goals without effectively managing finance. Funds are needed for business growth and market competition. Also, education, another way of promoting entrepreneurship and creating the possibilities of producing it, it is through an inevitable certain degree of education and development opportunities offered by the university. These metrics are a framework for the university to use in building objectives, learning activities, and assessment for the targeted audience, which are the students, alumni, and sometimes even the employee and the senior management. Infrastructure, entrepreneur infrastructure includes the facilities and service present within a geographic area which encourage the birth of new ventures and the growth and the development of a small and medium-sized enterprise. Also policy, in order to measure the effectiveness of the university regulatory framework, is necessary to understand the beliefs and the behaviors that determine how the university employees and the management interact and handle outside business affairs. External network, this network presents robust relationships built on trust and the mutual benefit between the university and the regional or national innovation entrepreneurship community, with a platform of this individual to play a visible and influential role in or at university life. Profile, also considerable part of metrics. Profile consider part of metrics seeks to have a better understanding of the university current state and capability to produce what we call it entrepreneurship and to enhance an entrepreneur mindset throughout the whole ecosystem. Culture, innovation capacity, by definition, an entrepreneurial culture is an environment where someone is motivated to innovate, create, and take risks. Awards and recognition. It is essential for university to recognize the importance of hiring accomplished faculty, staff, student, and community leaders and organization for significant contributions and achievement in innovation and entrepreneurship. Appreciation and the recognition are major factors that motivate students and employees to work harder and aim higher. Finally, impact. These metrics are concerned with the impact of the university on the ecosystem. They seek to measure the result of the role played by the university in building external network relationship and capacity. Capacity means education and infrastructures dedicated to innovation and entrepreneurship. The key performance metrics used to evaluate the university entrepreneur success and the extent to which these are being well be met. The role played by university vision. Capital profits, revenue growth is an evident result of successful innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem, whether it's the financial value of the total sum of new business created or simply the annual income of the university itself. There's always an financial value that comes along with the enhancement of entrepreneurship and innovation at the university. Technology transfer in the academic sector, the process of commercialization or of bringing technologies to the marketplace is known as technology transfer. It is accomplished by way of licensing intellectual property to companies that have the resources and ambition to develop and produce a technology for specific application. Other outcome, in additional to the financial profit and the technology transfer that an innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem may produce, if well implemented, there are other several highly important outputs that come along with it, like the creation of new student-led businesses, research, technology-based project, publication, and the university spin-out companies. The assessment of measuring this outcome are of much importance since they form part of the primary goal by large of setting up and supporting a university IE ecosystem, which is empowering the market economy while improving the society standard of living. I wanna to summarize what I said. As we can see here, entrepreneurship is an important aspect of most culture. It is what keeps us relevant in an ever-expanding array of technology and economic advances like the ones we witness today. It has been adopted globally as an economic development strategy. Thank you so much for your patience. If you have any question, please, I'm ready for that.
Thank you, Prof. Serif.
Thank you so much.
Professor Serif Mohammed and Ismail is a Dean of Egyptian Germany Academy from Egypt. Yeah, for all participants, if you have any question to Mr. Serif, you can tell me your question, or you can chat us in chat box. Yeah, any question? There is no question.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Have a nice day and the Jum'ah Mubarakah. And hopefully we'll meet soon, inshallah, in near event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Serif from Egypt. Thank you for your times, for sharing with us in this international conference. Thank you so much. Yeah. So, to all participants, terima kasih atas partisipasi Anda pada malam hari ini. Thank you for your participation tonight. May Allah bless us. Semoga Allah senantiasa memberikan kepada kita rahmat dan hidayahnya, dan kita ketemu lagi di lain kesempatan. Dia masih baru mau bergabung ternyata 2 orang. Sayang sekali ya, konferensinya sudah berada di closing, di akhir acara. Terima kasih sekali lagi. Terima kasih Pak Bushra sebagai the committee dari Fakultas Agama Islam Universitas Al-Azhar Mandar sebagai pelaksana konferensi internasional yang berjudul Building Institution for the Sustainable Development, Education, Economy, Research, and Practice. Ya, Bapak Rukayat Hanas, terima kasih Bapak. Ada juga alumni dari program studi matematika. Terima kasih telah bergabung. Terima kasih untuk mahasiswa program studi bahasa Indonesia yang banyak berpartisipasi baik melalui Zoom maupun YouTube, live streaming YouTube. Terima kasih kepada teman-teman dari berbagai universitas yang ada di Indonesia. Thank you for all participants from others country, from Egypt, from Paris, from India, from Philippines. Thank you for joining with us. Yeah, see you next time. See you in the next international conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good evening everybody. Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum. Hamzah from Nigeria.
Assalamualaikum. Yeah. Can you show us your picture? We want to take picture with you.
Let me show you a picture. Oh, guys. Oh, I got it.
Your picture.
Thank you for the conference.
Pak Bahar, terima kasih committee today ya, terima kasih. Pak Bahar.
Assalamualaikum. Rukaya from Nigeria.
Yeah.
Thank you for presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you for the conference.
Certificate, you can take the link in the chat box ya. Certificate virtual.
Certificate.